Esto fue dando. Ada update ini. Ke foi da Deus, eu peguei. Mas, widely segment, minimum wage ini. budget. Making maybe in terms and conditions, industry relations, they know that you're allowed to wait for another 10 minutes or will stop. About the Balam, sorry, recording is there. Okay. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. There are a couple of participants attending online. So, very good morning. Today, just 1 second. Today, I'm supposed to discuss with you budgetary relief allowance of workers act. There are two acts, 2005 and 2006. And then minimum wage act. The apart from that, how to draft an appointment letter with relevant legal aspect. There is no presentation for the last one, drafting an appointment letter. I will discuss with you and I will read it, and you are supposed to take your note. Because there is no presentation for that. I have documents and the specimen as well. Well, right. As far as the minimum wage act is concerned, it has to be updated because I didn't have time last night to update it because now it has been increased up to 17,500. But I will let you know. Then you have to take your note. I mean, in the presentation, you have to make adjustment. Nothing has changed. Only the ceiling, right? The maximum. It was 12,500, then 17,500. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's start. First, I think you need to have what you call the handout. So just wait a couple of minutes until they bring the presentation, the PowerPoint presentation handout. Akan parallel when you are well, uh, was presentation, as you can see in the PowerPoint presentation, Budgetary Relief Allowance of Workers Act number 36 of 2005. First of first, you need to understand why the Budgetary Relief Allowance of Workers Act has been enacted. In 2005, time to time, the government, through the budget, uh, I have a budget, salary of the government or public sector workers are increased time to time. But then the government requests the private sector also to increase the salary of the private sector workers. If they do not adhere to increase the salary of the public sector workers, they do not adhere. The only way, right? The only way to increase the salary of the private sector by force, remember by force, is the enactment of budgetary relief allowance of workers. If there is a minimum wage, yes, we can increase the minimum wage as well. But minimum wage came in 2016. Sorry, 2020, right? 2020 minimum wage. Before that, there was no minimum wage. That is why this is the private sector. This intervention is explained by the private sector in this way. Arbitrary intervention of the government to increase the private sector salary, the salary of the private sector. Arbitrary intervention of the government. That is how the private sector, even EFC, right? The way they explain. Actually, the salary has to be determined by the market. However, uh, and also the salary of the private, not only the private sector, the public sector also, I believe, should be based on the performance, the productivity. Private sector also the same scenario. However, in developing countries like mainly Sri Lanka, because of what you call political ideology and political manifesto, governments try to intervene. Look at the plantation sector workers, right? It went up to 1,350. Those nine somewhat 1,000. But the arbitrary intervention of the government, we are not looking at productivity aspect. I strongly believe that when it comes to the plantation, they don't have facilities, right? Utilities like the toilet facilities. They have to walk long way to get their things done. So there are no occupational safety and health. Those aspects are there, but at the same time, they work up to 1 o'clock or 2. Most of the males, then they are hanging around the bars nearby, toddy and beer. Uh, their productivity is very less. So if I'm working to you, right, in your company, you must pay me, but at the same time, right, my productivity is very important. Right? If you know, if you pay me $1, 1 rupee, at least I have to contribute 140, 125 at least. Otherwise, the business cannot be operated. So those aspects are there. So what I'm trying to tell you is budgetary relief allowance of workers acts are right enacted in order to increase the salary of the private sector workers. It is an arbitrary intervention of the government. Government requests the private sector. Time to time, government through its budget increases the salary of the public sector workers. Then at the budget speech, the Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, delivering his budget speech, requests the private sector to increase the salary of their workers. Right? If government feels or government observes that there are no such adherence from the public private sector, then the government brings budgetary relief allowance of workers act in order to increase the salary. Then the private sector, they bound because it's by law. Okay, right. First one is now it is previously there had been, but now this 2005 and 2016 budgetary relief allowance of workers acts are in operation. Right? So the objective or the preamble is like this: an act to provide for the payment of a budgetary relief allowance. Say budgetary relief. අයවෙන් තමයි මේ යෝජනාව එන්නේ. ඒකයි budgetary relief. Right? Allowance by employers to workers and for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. එහා බැඳුණු අනුසාංගික කරුණු සම්බන්ධව කටයුතු කරන පනත. The date of operation of the Act, 1st August 2005. 2005. Right. So now, in nutshell, if your basic salary is less than 20,000, in general, right? Less than 20,000. you are entitled for this budgetary, the allowance of 1,000, right? This act, it's a 1,000 rupees. If your basic salary is less than 20,000, you are entitled for this 1,000 rupees under the 2005 budget relief allowance of workers act. Right. Remember, say your salary is basic salary is 19,500. Then you are entitled for 500, the balance. Right. Up to maximum. Let me one by one, right? Explain one by one, right? Uh, and the next slide. Allowance payable under the Act. Section 3. Is it visible or not visible? මේක full screen දාන්න කොහොමද? මේක දාන්න ගිහලා එදත් කෙලව ගන්නවා. එකක් කාට හරි කියන්නේ. බලන්න. Let me, I think when you get the presentation, sorry, but I don't know. Those who are attending through online, is it visible? Can you see the slideshow presentation?
Can, sir, can, we can see.
Okay, okay, then you will get it. Yeah. Well, now, so allowance payable under the Act, Section 3, for workers drawing a monthly remuneration, right? Parishramik remuneration, or wage of 20,000 rupees or below. විසිදාහ or විසිදාහට අඩු නම් 20, including 20,000. Because the maximum is 21,000. Or below, an allowance of rupees 10,000. However, if it is due to the unwillingness of the worker to work the required number of days prescribed by the contract of employment or any other law, the allowance payable shall be in proportionate, right? Proportion to the number of days worked, but not exceeding rupees 10,000. Yeah, 10,000. So, if you are a daily wage worker, so it has to be paid proportionate, not exceeding 1,000 rupees per month. Okay. So daily then, look at for workers on daily rate of pay, the allowance shall be 40 rupees. How? 1000 divided by 25 days. 1000 divided by 25 days. For the private sector, it is the month being the 25 days, daily work, daily wage, right? Daily worker, daily wage worker. So divided by 1000 divided by 25, how much? 40 rupees per day. So the allowance payments are 40 per day, subject to a total of rupees 1000. මේව ගණන් හදනකොට payroll වල ඉන්න අය එහෙම නම් ඒක සැලකිල්ලට ගන්න ඕනේ.
20,000 rupees. So even 20,000 is also
Yes, eligible. What the government wanted to bring, I mean, the maximum is 21,000. May vary from person to person, but if you look at, long back ago, right, the wages board decision, 7,000, before minimum wage act is enacted, 7,000, 8,000 minimum wage. Very, very low. But the market rate now, the market salary, little higher than the minimum wage. But you go to the supermarket, particularly the heels, not heels, heels. I have just, talked to them. Even they are not getting basics. When I asked very recently, nearby where I'm staying, there is a Cargill supermarket. So I asked them, what is the salary? And he said, how come? So together with the Brava, they should get 21,000 now. Minimum 21,000. But very pathetic. Whole day, 12 hours, standing, right? Sorting certain things, the cashier, and what they are getting is a peanut. Even not peanut sometimes. So there are, some pathetic situations at the labor market as well when it comes to service again. Shops, not office, shops. Supermarket, shop. But there is a wages board for the supermarket, wholesale and retail. They are coming under that wages board. It's a shop actually, but wages board has been established. Wholesale and retail and wholesale wages board. They are covered by. That is why even they open at 7 o'clock sometimes, close at 10 o'clock, 12. The labor department cannot do anything because wages board decision. So okay, well now look, if your basic salary is 20,000 or less than 20,000, you are eligible for 1,000 rupees under this tax. If you are a daily wage worker, you are entitled 40 rupees per day. 40 rupees per day. The maximum is 1,000 rupees. How 40 is calculated? 1,000 divided by 25 days. Because the private sector general the scenario situation is you are supposed to work 25 days.
So interns in organizations. So they are paid an allowance. Should that allowance also be out?
Yes. The intern if they are, if they are recruited as intern under the NITA or VTA Act, or there is another private sector training act, right? If they have been recruited or what do you call, employed on intern, then there is no need of paying this allowance. But if you have defined, the company has defined it as intern, then there is, because maximum one year training is 1 year, maximum 1 year. Under NITA, VTA, and there is another private sector training act. If they have been employed as intern under those, act, then you are not, they are not entitled for it, because they just train. There is no employment is guaranteed. Just train. But you are the employers are not supposed to, right, employ them as interns forever. Maximum 1 year. Train. Okay, then they are not entitled for this allowance. Right. Well, no. If they are being trained under those acts, only for 1, because these sometimes, they get the job, right? Until they get a job, maximum 1, they are not entitled. Look, for workers employed on piece rate, could you please tell example for piece rate workers? Sorry. No, they're getting monthly. Piece rate. ඒගොල්ලෝ ගාමන්ට් එකේ වැඩිපුර වැහුවු පොඩි අර allowance එකක් production incentive, there may be production incentive, but that is not piece rate. Tailors lah. Tailor. How they are being paid? They're not getting, most of them are not getting monthly or daily. They are being paid on piece basis. The piece rate. Also they got member, that's one. Alisumon member, that's one. Embroider කරන්න ගියොත් මොකක් හරි කරොත් ඒකට ගාස්තුවක්. Piece rate, right? Well, and then what else? සමහර tailor shops, sorry, saloon වල සමහර basic, in some places there are basics, and in addition to that, commission. කොණ්ඩයක් කැපුවාම රුපියල් 1000යි commission. කොණ්ඩේ ඩයි කරාම ඒකට යන්නේ commission. The commission and piece rate. So, for workers employed on piece rate, the allowance payable shall not be less than 10% of the salary of the month, but not exceeding 1,000. Again, if you are a piece rate worker, under this budgetary relief allowance of workers act, in addition to your piece rate, 10% of the piece rate, we say piece rate is per day, right? Okay, right? Let me tell you, piece rate daily wage එකක් හදනවා. So daily wage is calculated in tactics, in fact. theoretically, how it could be done. Your piece rate, right, may vary from, month to month or day to day. Last 6 months, normally, what do we do is, at last 6 months, how much you earn as piece rate. Okay, how much you have earned during last six months as piece, right? And then divided it by the number of days that you have worked during the 6 month period. Sorry, the 3 months. Sorry, not 6, not 6 months, 3 months. During the last 3 months period, how much you have earned as piece rate, and then divide it by the number of days that the person has worked. Then you will get daily wage. Then you will get daily wage. Then gratuity calculate කරනකොට එහෙම. Calculate කරනකොට ඒ විදිහ තමයි කරන්නේ. මේකෙදි ඔය piece rate 10% කියලා ඔහොම කිව්වට ඔගේ වෙන්නේ හරිනම් theoretically බැලුවොත් how much you have earned during the last 3 months as piece, and divide it that amount by the number of days that you have worked. Then you will get daily wage, and add daily wage plus 40. Okay, or otherwise 10%, add 10% to the piece rate. The maximum is per month 1,000. 10% or whatever, maximum 10%, but it should not exceed 1,000 rupees per month. Okay, right. Where the salary or wage of the worker exceeds 20,000, but does not exceed 21,000. Your salary exceeds basic, exceeds 20,000, but does not exceed 21,000. It means between 20,000, above 20,000, but less than 21,000. Then the allowance payable is an amount equivalent to the difference of the 2,000, two amounts mentioned above. If you say, if your salary, basic salary is 20,800, then how much you are entitled under this act? Only 200. Your basic salary is 20,800. Then you are entitled only for 200. Look, this is not rocket science, very simple. Your basic salary is about 20,000, but less than 21,000, right? Then the difference between your basic salary and the 21,000, you are entitled for that difference. Say, your basic salary is, say, 20,000, right? Basic 20,000. Then you are entitled for another 1,000 rupees per month under this act. Your basic salary is 21,000. 21,000. Then you're not entitled any single rupee under this act. Okay? You're not entitled for single rupee under this act because your salary is 21,000. Remember, your basic salary is in between these two. Say 25,000. Sorry, 2,000. Sorry. 20,500. Your basic salary is 20,500. Then how much you are entitled? 500. 500 rupees under this budget relief allowance of Workers Act. Just 5,000. People are not, most of the companies are not calculating this one properly. Sometimes they have to pay arrears because this act was floated in 2005, operate August, it was came into operation on 1st of August 2005. If the company has not calculated properly, the arrears may be, big, large amount. So therefore, sometimes the negligence. Sometimes negligence of the company. They think, like keeping all these records, yes, the cumbersome exercise. Even I proposed a couple of years back when I was there in Italy, abolish all these budget relief allowance and add it to the basic salary, basic wage, the minimum wage, and increase the minimum wage up to 21,000, removing these because now 17,500 plus 1,000 and another 2,500 under 2016 budget relief allowance of work. So complicated. How, the basic, there is, sometimes no space to add all these things. Yeah. This attracts EPF and ETF gratuity as well. EPF, ETF, gratuity, budget relief allowance attracts EPF, ETF and gratuity. නැත්තම් ලීපිටියු ආවහම ඒක උපෝ මේක නෑ ඔය දෙක ඔක්කොම ඇඩ් කරලා දිනනකොට මොකද දන්නවද ඒගොල්ලෝ කියන්නේ නෑ මේක ගෙවල නෑ ඔක්කොම මුලින් කරා ඒක කම්බසම් එක්සර්සයිස් එකක් 2005 මෙච්චරයි 2006 ඕවර් රේට් එක ඕවර් ටයිම් රේට් එක මෙච්චරයි ඊට පස්සේ හොලිඩේ පේමන්ට් මේ ඔක්කොම ඇඩ් කරලා තියෙනවා must be simplified. Monthly salary ගන්න අයට මේ ඔය 25 piece එකේ එන්නේ daily wage workers ලාට right shops and office වල අයට monthly salary එකක් නේ යන්නේ සාප්පුහා කාර්යාල ඔබට 1000 ඒ කියන්නේ මේක අඩුයි නම් less than 20,000 නම් monthly එක 30 days වල ඒක ගෙවන්න ඕනේ 1000 ගෙවන්න ඕනේ. අපි මේ 40 rupees එන්නේ daily wage. හරි. Daily wage අය බොහොම අඩුයිනේ. Very few. Sometimes the මෙවල ඉන්න මොනවාද? construction field එකේ අතුදව්කාරයෝ. සමහරවිට මේසන් බාස්තු උනත් daily wage ගෙවන්න. Daily wage. ලෝකේ වැඩියෙන්ම එහෙනම් නෙමෙයි right ලෝකේ in general right? What is the occupation that can earn more salary or whatever in order plumbers plumbing in European countries, plumbing හැමෝටම බෑ. විශේෂයෙන් ඔය toilet ආශ්‍රිත තියෙන මේවලදී ඒක ඒ කියන්නේ toilet සුද්ධ කරන එක වෙනම එක, cleaning වෙනම එකක්. හැබැයි ඔය MEP කියලා කියන්නේ mechanical, electrical and plumbing. ඕකේ plumbing කෑල්ල තමයි electric වලටත් වඩා, mechanic වලටත් වඩා plumbing කියන එක තමයි ඒගොල්ලෝ උපයන්නේ. දැන් මට මතකයි toilet fitting මොකක් හරි plumbing පුතාලකදී මම ඉන්නකොට ආවා 40ක් 300 Australian dollars. $100. ඒක යුරෝපෙත් තියෙන. ඒ විදිහම තමයි. ඒගොල්ලෝ මොකද එහෙම ඒවයි මිනිස්සු අඩුයි. කවුද දන්නවද වැඩියෙන්ම ඉන්නේ ඒගොල්ලෝ? Chinese, Vietnam තමයි. ඒවට තමයි වැඩියෙන්ම ගෙවන්නේ. කියන්නේ මම කියන්නේ ඔෆිස් වල නෙමෙයි අනිත් ඒවා ගත්තාම ඔෆිස් වල ඒගොල්ලෝ තමයි මොන ඔෆිස් තිබ්බත් ඒගොල්ලෝ තමයි වැඩියෙන් හොයන්නේ. මොකද යනවා එක තැනකට ගියා වැඩ තිබුණ තියෙනවා. Okay, well, now if the monthly, if you are paying for your workers on monthly basis, look at the basic salary less than 20,000, then add another 1,000 rupees. But you are supposed to keep record. If there is no record, okay, whatever you do is like this, right? Then say basic salary is 90,000, right? Sorry, 20,000. You add this 1,000 into the basic and you say basic is 21,000. Then you will be in trouble. Why? The labor authority will come. Where is the budget release? If it is fortunately 21,000 basic, is okay because you are not supposed to pay. So basic is say 90,000. You add this one into the salary and say basic is 20,000. Then you will be in trouble. Why? The labor authority needs separation. Basic 2005 per hour, 2016 per hour, like overtime, like holiday payment, like other incentives. Those are incentives, no problem. So that is why the HR people, you will lodge a complaint in the deputy part for your case. Right. So then the HR people must just you are not going to be a lawyer. You be a lawyer. You are HR people. You are working with the private sector. You need to. You are not supposed to memorize those. Understand and practice. So understanding these concepts, I mean, the how it should be calculated, right? If it is not, calculated and records properly, then what are the consequences? Those those are very important for you. Okay, then any worker who has received a wage or salary increment during the month of October 2004, right? Oh, thereafter, allowance payable is an amount equivalent to the difference of the salary increase and 1,000. Make hearing. Remember, under the wages code, there are salary increase. Wages code decisions. 100 rupees, 120 rupees, something like that. Under the wages code. Salary increase doesn't mean that salary increment has been decided by the wages code. That is not considered. But voluntarily, private sector, any organization has increased salary, say by 300 rupees or 200 rupees, but not specified in wages. Voluntary the company, employer has increased salary during this, then the the increased amount can be deducted from this 1,000 rupees and the balance has to be paid. Remember, during this period what? October 24, 2004, or thereafter, it was until this budgetary relief allowance of workers act is enacted. During that period, an employer voluntarily has increased salary of their workers, say by 500. Then that employer does not need to pay 1,000 rupees. That employer can pay the rest, balance. Say 500 rupees salary has been increased voluntarily. And then, because I remember I told you, you need to understand the principle. Government requests the private sector to increase the wage or salary of their workers. 2000, actually this announcement was brought, this was announced in 2004 and the budget 2004 budget speech. While increasing the salary of the public sector workers through the budget, Minister of Finance requests the private sector to increase the salary of their workers as well. Not, he doesn't mention about the amount. Asks the private sector to adhere to the request of the government. So, during that period, some employer has adhered. They have adhered. So, they should not be penalized because on the request of the government, the private sector, some employers have increased their salary of their workers. Do you think that salary increment is compulsory? No. But increment determined by the wages board decision. Yes, you are right. You are supposed to it. Otherwise, no. So during that period, they have, and some employers have adhered. So that is why, in order to recognize their adherence, they can reduce the amount increase from the 1,000 rupees and the balance can be. Okay? Right. However, sorry, any worker receive. However, effective date for the security and garment trade has been effective date may wages board. For the security and garment trade has been 1st of January 2000. Okay. Next. Two thousand Budgetary Relief Allowance of Workers Act number 4 of 2016. This is the complicated part. 2005 Brava is not complicated. It's straightforward. But 2016 one is so complicated. So, is any question regarding 2005 budget relief allowance? Any question?
Sir, I have one question, sir,
Yes.
regarding on budgetary relief 2005, and you said that the, for an example, I think the present employee base salary is 20,000, and as per 2005 Act, it need to be increased by 1,000 rupee to adjust to the 21,000. So when we are calculating the salary, there we need to how we can place it. You said that it is wrong to include as a basic salary elevation like 21,000. Okay, is what will be the correct way to put is as 20,000 basic salary and budgetary relief as per the 2005,000 and 21,000. Will it
You
be
know,
like?
yeah, I think it's not clear to me, but let me explain once again. Right? Basic salary maybe right in 2005 8,000, right? It is say for example by wages board, right? Basic salary has been decided as 8,000. It don't misunderstand. The salary should be 21,000. No, right? Basic salary we don't know. In shops and office employees, basic salary maybe 6,000, 7,000, 8,000. We don't know. But what is the principle? If the basic salary is 20,000 or less than 20,000, that worker is entitled for 1,000 rupees as budgetary relief allowance. Okay. So, say for example, the worker basic salary 8,000. It means it is less than 20,000. So, he is entitled for 1,000 rupees. His basic salary, for example, is 20,000. So, no, 20,000. Then, still he is entitled for another 1,000 rupees under this budgetary relief allowance of workers act. If a worker's salary, right? If a worker's salary is 21,000 basic salary, remember that there is no legal requirement for the employers to pay 21,000 or 20,000. It is determined by either wages boards or by employer, and employee relationship when it comes to open office. Don't misunderstand, right? Sometimes the participants misunderstand that altogether once this budget relief allowance of workers act that came into operation, the salary of the workers should be 21,000. No, it may be 10,000, it may be 9,000, but the basic is less than 20,000 to less than that. The person is entitled for another 1,000 rupees under the budgetary relief allowance of workers act. In case the salary of a worker above 20 basic salary of a worker, some worker above 20,000 but less than 21,000. So then between the difference between these two has to be paid as budgetary relief allowance of worker, budget relief allowance. Is it clear to you, right? If you don't understand, right, what I say, please raise, little bit, raise your voice because I couldn't hear properly. Is it okay or
Sir, I got an idea now. Can you hear me now, sir?
now it's okay? Very clear.
And you said that we'll get it as 8,000, 8,000. Then it is less than 20,000. So he is eligible to pay another 1,000 rupees. That means his salary will be 9,000 after
Yes,
that.
yes.
Okay, right, sir. I understood that one. Thank you so much.
Okay. that come. Now, now we are moving to next one. Budgetary Relief Allowance of Workers Act number 4 of 2016. මේ එක්කම තව එකක් ගෙනාවා. Minimum Wage of Workers Act number 3 of 2006. බලන්න 2000 minimum wage of workers act. Okay. මම බලද්දී කිව්වා නේ. ඊළඟ අනිත් එකක් දීලා තියෙනවද ඔගේ? minimum wage එක දීලා තියෙනවද? 2000 කීයද? 60. 2000. අර 2020 ආවේ වා කිව්වා නේද? ඉස්සෙල්ලා කවුද? ඒ minimum retirement. Minimum wage are. So because 2016 I was here, like over there, the corner one, as senior assistant secretary. So we discuss at the National Labour Advisory Council. There is a tripartite body representing the government officials. I mean, mainly the Labour Department and the Ministry, and employers federation, and the unions, major union, sit together every month, by once a month. We discuss about the labor related, policy related matter. But sometimes the trade union they raise what you call operational matters as well. But operational matters are not discussed at the forum. It's a highest tripartite apex body to discuss the labor related, policy related matters. Right? That is how this one we discussed, and we requested the government in 2015, right? Budget. At that time, Ravi Karunayaka was the the finance minister. While increasing the salary of the public sector workers, actually, we proposed budget as budget proposal. He requested the private sector to increase the salary of the private sector. He didn't mention the amount. Some companies adhered. We gathered some information, mainly the prepaid zones, right? Companies in prepaid zones. The companies increased salary of the workers. Some companies by 2,000, 3,000. They increased, but most of them did not adhere to that way. That is why this budgetary relief allowance of workers act was enacted. Let's go one by one. Before that, let's go about
Correction, sir.
Behavior be like, I have, Well, let's start the second one. Budgetary Relief Allowance of Workers Act number 4 of 2006. As I told you, uh, in 2015, at budget speech, Honorable Minister of Finance requested the private sector to increase their workers' salary. Some employers adhered, mainly in export processing zone. But the entire private sector community did not adhere. That is why as I told you at the beginning, this is an arbitrary intervention of the government to increase the salary of the private sector. Now, remember this budget, the president, the honorable president and the finance minister said that private sector minimum salary will be increased up to much. I don't remember. He said 29,000 or something like that. I don't remember the exact number, but how? How it can be done? Only two ways. Only two ways. One is bringing budgetary relief allowance of workers act again. Or otherwise, abolish all these things and amend the minimum wage act. Abolish this budget relief and everything, fix the minimum salary for the private sector workers, the lowest salary, amending the minimum wage act. There are two ways. I think what they will do is the labor authority, the ministry, has to take action. Probably they will abolish, the ministry will abolish the two budget relief allowance of workers acts and then amend the minimum wage act. Now it is 17,500. It will increase up to the amount what they said. There are otherwise, there is no room, there is no way to increase the salary. Because, say for example, government said, it's a budget speech, increase the salary of the private sector up to 30,000. How it could be implemented? In case private sector do not agree, then what is the enforcement mechanism? In order to enforce, there should be a law. Okay, without law, the wordings, speeches cannot be implemented. Okay, understand? Probably they will abolish or rescind these two budget relief allowance of workers act, which is in operation now, and amend the minimum wage act, increasing the minimum national minimum wage, called national minimum wage. Right. The date of this is an act to provide for the payment of a budgetary relief allowance by employers, the same preamble as you have seen under the 2005 one. The date of operation of the act, 1st May 2015. මොකද්ද මේකේ තියෙන මොනවාද මේකේ තියෙන negative consequence එක. This is retrospective. අතීතයටත් බලන. අතීතයටත්. 2000, 1st May 2015. The date of certified on 23rd March 2000. Certify करे එදා තමයි. Again, certify. What do you mean by certify? Signed by the speaker. පනතක් සම්මත වුණාම ස්පීකර් සයින් කරපු දවස තමයි සාමාන්‍යයෙන් බලාත්මක වෙන්නේ. හැබැයි මේ පනතෙම කියනවා අතීතයට retrospective. අතීතයට බලපාන බව මේ පනතෙම කියනවා. ඒකට ආවද ඉඳන්ද 1st of May 2015. Well, Allowance payable under Act. Again, section 3. Simple A. For workers drawing a monthly, this is complicated, right? You have to listen very carefully and understand. If you cannot understand, please raise your question. Drawing a monthly wage or salary of 40,000 rupees. Or below. An allowance of rupees 1,500, right? 1,500 has to be paid. However, if it is due to the unwillingness of the worker to work the required number of days, අර කතන්දර. ඒ කියන්නේ වැඩ කරන දින ගානට අනුපාතිකව තමයි ගෙවන්න ඕන. The daily wage වගේ යනවා. Where, remember, the total is 2,500, but at the first instance, it is 1,500. Okay. If the basic salary of a worker working in the private sector is 20,000 or below, sorry, 40,000 or below, then that worker is entitled for another 1,500 rupees under this budgetary relief allowance act. Where the salary or wage of worker exceeds 40,000, but does not exceed 41,500. Does not exceed 41,500. The allowance payable is an amount equivalent to the difference of the two amounts mentioned above. Say, your basic salary is basic salary is 40,000. 40,000, say 500, right? 40,500. Now, it exceeds 40,000, but less than 41,000. Less than, this one is less than 41,000. What is the balance? The difference? 1,000 rupees. So the worker is entitled for 1,000 rupees. If the basic salary is 40,000 or less than that, then that worker is entitled for 1,500 at the first instance. In case the basic salary exceeds 40,000, but less than 41,500. අරලව කිව්වොත් 40000ට අර 1500 එලිජිබල් එක එකතු කරාම එනාගේ maximum, right? It's less than 41,000. Then the difference between 40,000, whatever the basic salary, and the 41,500, the balance has to be paid. In this case, 1,000 rupees, the worker is entitled for 1,000 rupees. Say, the basic salary of a worker is 41,500. Then the worker is not entitled for any single rupee. Sorry. Basic එක වෙනම පෙන්නන්න ඕනේ. Allowance එක වෙනම allowance budget relief Brava, right? Brava has to be separate. දෙකම තියෙන්න ඕනේ. දෙකම තියෙන්න ඕනේ. දැන් මෙහෙමයි. ඒ දෙකම තියෙන්න ඕනේ. Then, very good question. Very good question. If your basic salary has already increased 21,500, if the basic salary already increased, it has increased, right? 21,000, more than 21,500. Then there is no entitlement under 2005 Brava, right? 21,000, right? Not 21,500, 21,000. Basic salary has already exceeded 21,000. Understand? Then Brava 1, 2005, it's not applicable. It's applicable either less than 21,000, maximum 21,000. If your basic salary is 21,000, you are not entitled for any single rupee under 2005 Brava. Say here, uh, 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 here in this case, 1,000 rupees. Okay, right. For example, a salary of a worker, basic salary is 20,000. 20,000. Basic salary is 20,000. Then the employer is obliged, or he has obligation, employer, to pay 1,000 rupees under 2005 Brava and another 1,500 under 2016 Brava. Okay? Remember, in case the basic salary of a worker exceeds 21,000, 21,000, then 2005 Brava not applicable. But and once this 2016 Act is enacted, right? After that, basic salary is 21,000. 21,000. Then it is less than 40,000 or below. Below. Then the worker is entitled for another 1,500 rupees under 2016. What we are talking about here is the maximum level. The basic salary may be 18,000, 17,000. We don't know. But what you need to understand is how this act is applicable. Right? We are not talking about the basic salary. Right? Basic salary may be even now, it should not be less than 17,500, right? Maybe 18,000 or 19,000, 20,000, but exceeds 21,000. At say by 1st of May 2015, right? 1st of May 2015, this act is applicable from that day onward. So basic salary at that time for a particular worker is say 18,000 basic. Then he is entitled 1,000 rupees under Brava 2005, and his salary does not exceed 40,000. Below that. Therefore, he is entitled for another 1,500 rupees under 2016 Brava. The maximum is okay, but this is a basic salary of a worker is below or 40,000 or below that. Then he is entitled for 1,500 rupees. In case the basic salary exceeds 40,000, but less than 41,500, then the difference between the basic salary exceeds, say, 40,500, but less than 41,500. So the balance 1,000 rupees has to be paid.
Say, 15,000. Then we will pay 2,500.
Yeah, separate. You have to, separate it. 5,000 under 2016, 1,500. Okay. Have to show it, separate. Yes, 2005, 2006. Otherwise, the labor authority. Right? Sometimes the people, right, for the simplification, they add the Brava to the basic file and say basic. Then it's a trouble. I'm not saying that because always we are, how can I say, harassing them. Sometimes, not always, right? Sometimes. Because keeping should be simple. 2005, 2016, minimum wage, right? How many? So therefore, it has to be simplified. But anyway, I don't know. Yes, okay. I can argue salary 40, 50 rupees. Okay. This the reason is at the first instance, right? Salary it has been decided by the National Labour Advisory Council, right? Council decided because all these matters were discussed at the National Labour Advisory Council. So actually, the private sector, sorry, the trade union wanted to, I think, put the ceiling as 50,000, something like that. But the employers did not agree. Finally, they agreed, okay, we will consider the 40,000 maximum. Because, if your salary is above 40,000, 45,000, 60, so you are in a, little bit upper category, right? And consider the government sector basic, the lowest salary as well. Okay, considering that one, it was decided the ceiling is 40,000. Okay, 40,000. And then at the beginning, 1,500 has to be paid. 40,000 plus 1,500, 41,500. That is how it was decided. The maximum ceiling. Okay. So therefore, your salary, basic salary, I'm repeating, is less below or 40,000 or below that. You are entitled 4,500. Maximum what we wanted to bring is 41,500. So then your salary is above 40,000, but less than 41,500. Then the difference has to be paid as 2016 Brava. Okay? Got it? Right. Next, the where sorry, for workers on daily rate of pay not exceeding 1,600, the allowance shall be 60 rupees per day. 60 rupees per day, subject to a total of 1,005. What does it mean? If you are a daily wage worker, your salary for worker daily, not exceeding 1,600. Not exceeding 1,000. Divide the 40,000. Divide the 40,000 by 25. 40,000 divided by that. 40,000 divided by 25. 1,600. Same thing, right? These are things you need to understand. Because when it comes to monthly wage, the 40,000 or below. Daily wage, 40,000 divided by 25 days, and then you will get 1,600. The daily worker salary, wage, daily wage is 1,600 or below. 1,600 or below. Then that worker is entitled for another 60 rupees per day, subject to maximum 1,500. 1,500 divided by 25 is 6. Okay. 1,500 divided by 25, you will get 60 rupees per day. Right. Worker who is paid a daily rate or sum exceeding 1,600 and not exceeding 1,606. The difference has to be, say for example, a daily worker salary daily wage is 1,650. 1,650. But it does not exceed 1,606. 1,600 plus 60 rupees. That is how we, So then 10 rupees per day has to be paid under Brava 2060. Okay? Understood? Right. The piece, when it comes to piece rate, for workers employed on piece rate, the allowance payable shall not be less than 15% of the wage or salary of month, but not exceeding 1,500. Same thing as under Brava 2005. And that 10%. Here, because 10% why? 1,000. Here, 1,500. So 15%. 10% for 1,000. Then for 1,500, 50%. But should not exceed 1,500. Well, this one. Next. Second stage. That was the first stage. Previous one was first stage. Look, first stage. This is second stage. That is why, I'm saying this is too complicated. Not like, the 2005. This has two stages. Sorry. 2016 January, right? Date of operation. Dasi January, right? For workers drawing a monthly wage or salary of 40,000 rupees or below. මේ වෙනකොට රුපියල් 40,000 හෝ ඊට වඩා අඩු නම් below that an allowance of 1,000 rupees has to be paid, right? අර prorate යනවා නම් ඒ කියන්නේ දින ගාන අනුව නම් බෙදෙන්නේ prorate ක්‍රමයට දෙන්න ඕනේ. කියන්නේ දින 25ක් වැඩ කරන්නේ 25 වැඩ කරන්නේ නැත්නම් 25ක් වැඩ කරන්නේ නැත්නම් මේකට entitled වෙන්න 25න් අපි බෙදුවෙත් ඒකනේ අර daily wage වලට. එතකොට ඒ කියන්නේ මෙයා වැඩ කරන මාස් ඒ කියන්නේ daily wage අය. නැතුව monthly wage ලබන අයට නම් අපි තු මාසෙ දවස් 15ක් විතරයි වැඩ දෙන්නේ. එතකොට ඒක ඒ ගෙවන ගානට prorate කරලා ගෙවන්න ඉඩ තියෙනවා. right? So your salary is, you have already earned 1,500 under first stage, but still your salary is, basic salary is 40,000 or below. Then you are entitled for another 1,000 rupees, right? With effect from 1st of January 2006 onward. Okay, right. So for workers on daily rate of pay, not exceeding rupees 1,600 or still 1,600 or below, the allowance shall be rupees 40 per day, subject to a total of 1,000 rupees. ඒ කියන්නේ කෙනෙකුගේ වැටුප මේ දවස වෙනකොටත් basic daily wage එක 1,600 හෝ ඊට වඩා අඩු නම් තව කීයද රුපියල් 40ක්. ඒ 1025 බෙදුවාම 40. දවසකට එයාට ඉදිරිය. right. හැබැයි for workers අර piece rate එකත් අර කතාවම තමයි. දැන් හිතන්න මෙහෙම in case your salary say exceeds 40,000 rupees or below, still below, right? Then you are entitled for 1,000 rupees, right? What about what will happen? Okay, for this date, a worker's basic salary is 41,500. Then is he entitled for another 1,000 rupees? Is he or she entitled for another 1,000 rupees? No. Here, look very carefully. Still your salary basic is 40,000 or below. Then you are entitled for another 1,000. Okay. Otherwise, okay. Let's the next slide. You can get better idea. Just wait for just 1 second. Okay. Yes. I am back. Then make it D. The allowance payable under the first stage or second stage will be subject to a maximum limit of the total wage or salary of 41,500 to a worker for a month. Right. Make it first stage එක හරි second stage එක හරි applicable වෙන්නේ කෙනෙකුගේ වැටුප 41,500 basic 41,500 වඩා අඩු නම් understand? Make a ගලපන්න ඕන. You have to match it with the previous one. But at the first stage, we said, okay, if your basic salary is less than below 40,000 or below, you are entitled for 1,500. Okay, right. Your basic salary was 40,000, say. Then you are entitled for, now at this, when it comes to this stage, your basic salary is 41,500, right? So then the second stage, 1,000, you are not entitled for second stage 1,000 rupees, right? Either first stage or second stage. Applicable only your basic salary is less than 41,500. Here you see at the first stage, look at this. Your basic salary is, for example, 40,500. It should not exceed, sorry, not 41,500, 41,500. I made a mistake, right? So 41,000, less than 41,500. So you are entitled under the first stage, how much? 1,000 rupees. 1,000 rupees. Now you earn this one. When it comes to 1st of January 2016, your basic is now almost 41,500. Therefore, second stage 1,000 rupees. You are not entitled for second stage 1,000. Okay? මේක ඔලුවට මේ ඉලක්කම් මේ කියවලා පාඩම් කරලා හරි පාඩම් කරලා කියනකොට මට මතක් වෙනවා ඉස්සර හිටියා ගාමිණී ලොකුගේ කියලා අමාත්‍ය. හරිද? මම එතකොට ජේෂ්ඨ සහකාරලේ අපිට කරා. ඉතින් දිනීම ගියාම national speech එක කරන්නට 5 minutes then maximum 6 යන්න පුළුවන්. 5 minutes යනකොටම 4 minutes වලදී බෙල් එක ගන්න. ඒ කියන්නේ 1 minute තියනවා කියන එක තමයි පළවෙනි බෙල් එක. 6 5 minutes යනකොටම ටින් ටින් ගාලා ගන්නවා. 6 යනකම් පොඩ්ඩක් යන්න දෙනවා. 6 පැන්නොත් මයික් එක ඕෆ් කරනවා. මයික් එක ඕෆ් කරනවා. හරි ඉතින් අරයට මම හොටෙල් එකකට ගිහිල්ලා මම කියන හොටෙල් එකේ ඉන්නේ. මොකද එයාගේ ඉන්න බෑනේ. ඉතින් අටපාඩම් කරනවා අරට කියවන්ද හරි අමාරුයි. ඉතින් කියවල මට මතකයි එක සැරයක් මම 50 වතාවක් පාඩම් කියෙව්වා. අර වෙලාවට ගන්න ඕනේ. මම ඒක නෙවෙයි කියන්න හැදුවේ. මීටින් තියෙනකොට National Leave Advisory Council එකේ එයානේ ෂෙයා කරන්නේ ඕක සෙක්‍රටරි කෙනෙක් නැත්නම් එක නිලධාරියෙක් හිටියා. දැන් ඒ ඩිපාර්ට්මන්ට් එකේ උඩ ඉන්නේ කාලේ ආ හිටියා අයියා ඉන්ඩස්ට්‍රියල් රිලේෂන් විෂන් එකේ කොමිෂනර් හෙඩ්. ඉතින් මොකක් හරි ප්‍රශ්නයක් තමයි. ඉතින් මෙයා ෆයිල් එක බලන අයිසේ පාඩම් කරලා එනවා අයිසේ. යාළුවා අර පාඩම් කරලා කියන වචනේ මේ මට බදක් වුණේ ඒකත්. පාඩම් කරලා එනවද? මෙතන මොම්බුන් ගහන්නේ. එනේ පොරමයක් ඉස්සලා හරියට කියන්න පුරුදු වෙන්න. එහෙම නැතුව ඒ කියන්නේ හරි ඉෂුව එකක් ආවා අයි කියන්නේ ස්ට්‍රයික් එක චෙක් හරි මාකරි සිටුේෂන් එක. උමාරි පාඩම් කරලා ඉස්සා මා එදා ඉඳලා කියන්නේ පාඩම් කරලා. පට පාඩම් නෙමෙයි. මේකට ගන්න. ඔළුවට. Right? So any worker who has received the rupees 41,500 under the first stage shall not be entitled to any allowance under the second stage.
So this confused. Now, since 1,500 is anyway above 1,000, which is now in second stage. In the first stage itself, so it's taken care of. So why does it want to go to the second stage?
Because it was decided the maximum, and even with the Brava, the maximum salary for a worker, maximum salary, I mean, including basic, right? Basic and this one, right? Maximum should be 41,500. That was the discussion, right? 41,500. So, and there are two stages. I don't know why these two stages are too complicated, right? At the first stage, you understand your basic is either 40 or below, then you are entitled for 1,500. So say your salary is at the first stage basic was 40,000. Then you are entitled for 41,500. So now you have reached to the maximum level. So therefore, you are not entitled, right? You are not entitled any allowance under the second stage. Because maximum, you have reached the maximum.
It's clear.
It's clear. In case your basic salary is now under the second, when it comes to second stage, 41,000. Say 41,000.
So you can't do that? All right, for you. So what you're saying is the basic, let's say, this basic was 20,000, then 2,500 came, right? So it was reduced to, let's say, 21,000. And under the first stage, since 21,000 is below 40,000, right?
Yeah.
He was equivalent of another 1,500.
Yes.
Means 22,500.
Yeah.
1,500.
Yeah.
22,500. Then when the second stage came, so from 22,500 to another 1,000. That's what
Here. Because it's below 41,000. Ceiling is the 41,500. Even under the second stage, your basic salary say 41,000. When you reach the second stage, 41, still below 41,500 maximum. So you are entitled for another 500. Is it clear or not? Everybody? Persons excluded from the act. කවුද මේ පනතින් පැහැර කරන කට්ටිය? Persons excluded from the act. Workers who workers who entered into a collective agreement under the Industrial Dispute Act, which contains provisions relating to increase of pay. Right? Say, for example, a particular set of workers covered by collective agreement signed. It contains wage increase, provisions for wage increase as well. So then, such workers covered by the collective agreement are excluded from the application of these two acts actually. Even the previous one, this one particular, right? This one particular, not the previous one. Workers under the extending the application of a collective agreement. What does it mean? You know, let me explain this one taking an example. Tea and rubber growing, right? Wages board. Plantation workers. There was a collective agreement signed by the 22 plantation RPCs, regional plantation companies, on behalf of the regional plantation companies, the EFC, Employers Federation, intervened, signed with the CWC, LGW, and some other, the trade union. They had the collective agreement, but in 2020, it was collapsed because of arbitrary, in order to increase the salary 1,000 rupees, like tea plantation workers, wages code was summoned. Then the collective agreement, so violation of collective, but anyway, right? The collective agreement was there. Time to time, the wages was decided. Wage was decided, minimum was decided. What does it mean extend? That decision can be extended. It was extended to the smallholder by the minister. Other collective agreement and provisions can be extended to the plant workers working in small companies, small holders, tea holders. Minister extend so if you have a particular, to cover particular worker, set of workers, there is a collective agreement. But this collective agreement covers only, say, RPC's workers, right? Regional plantation workers in the regional plantation. They are not there. The workers working in smallholder, small farming, that workers are not covered. The minister has power to extend the provisions of that collective agreement for the workers, same workers, same, the workers not covered by the collective agreement. Okay, plantation workers are covered, but RPCs are covered, but small holding workers were covered. So minister can extend the provisions of that RPC collective agreement to the smallholder workers as well. Extending similar work when නැතුව ඒකේ තියෙන provisions garment industry එක apply කරන්න බෑ. But similar category, same group of workers can be extended. ඔය එහෙම extend කරලා තිබුණම RPCs එකේ තිබිච්ච එක විතරයි. ඒකත් දැන් නැහැ. මොකද්ද collective agreement එක තිබුණානේ RPC workers ලා regional plantation කියලා තියෙනවනේ 22ක් companies ලංකාවේ. ඒකේ workers ලා 1,34,000ක් විතර ඉන්නේ. ඒකේ workers ලා විතරයි cover වෙන්නේ මොකෙන්ද? තිබිච්ච collective agreement. හැබැයි there are large number around 300,000 workers in small companies, small in Kuda Tewatu, right? Small plantation. They are not covered by that particular collective agreement. So minister has the power because the same worker has power to extend the provisions of the collective agreement into another category of workers, same category of workers who are not covered by the collective agreement, right? ඕක විතරයි ලංකාවේ ඔරුකු එකම එක වෙන ඒවා මොකුත් කරලා නැහැ. Right. And workers under the extending, okay, right. Workers who is employed by any charitable institution within the meaning of the Inland Revenue Act number 10 of 2006. Again, a charitable organization. A charitable organization will by any religious institution maintained for or connected with worship, right? Again, ආගමික කටයුතු තියෙන ඒවයි ඉන්න සේවකයෝ. හැබැයි මේකෙත් එනවා ඔය ඉන්ලන්ඩ් රෙවිනියු ඇක්ට් එකේ තියෙනවා සේවකයෝ 10කට වඩා අඩු නම් තමයි ඒක ඒ කියන්නේ අයින් වෙන්නේ. 10කට වඩා වැඩි නම් ඒක එහෙම ගණන් ගන්න බෑ. ඔව් චැරිටබල් කිව්වහම චැරිටබල් කියලා 100ක් දාගෙන චැරිටබල් කරන්න ඒක ටිකක් ප්‍රැක්ටිකල් නෑනේ. චැරිටබල් ඕගනයිසේෂන් කියන්නේ මොනවා හරි මිනිස්සුන්ගේ ආපත වෙනුවෙන් කටයුතු කරන ආයතනනේ. But not NGOs, right? Because NGO comes as a project and a project. Right? NGO comes here, bring money and spend on projects. Right? NGOs are not charitable organizations. They come and spend based on projects. Right? ව්‍යාපෘති. එතකොට ඒ ව්‍යාපෘතියට සේවකව බඳව ගන්න පඩිය වෙනවා ඔක්කොම තියෙනවා. එතකොට ඒක short term. Right? Short term තියෙන එක. ඔව් දැන් එහෙම එකක් තියෙනවානේ මොකක්ද අර මේක? මොකද්ද ඒ? Yeah, world vision. They have to pay. They are supposed to adhere to the labor law in the country. Charitable කියන පන්සල් තියෙනවා. ආගමික සිද්ධාස්ථාන තියෙනවා. Right? And අනාථ නිවාස තියෙනවා. charitable කියන එක එකපාරම ඒක හරි ඒ කියන්නේ donation ඒගොල්ලෝ donation දෙනවයි කියන එක වෙනයි. donation දෙන්න ආයතනයක් හදාගෙන තියෙනවා. ඒගොල්ලෝ කරන්නේ මොනවා හරි so they do social work. Then those institutions can be exempt. It has to be, very carefully. You have to understand. World Vision, Save the Children. They come. They implement projects. They employ workers because the beneficiaries are there, but there are workers who are paid. Okay. When the World Vision එකේ වැඩ කරන කීදෙනෙක් ඉන්නවද ලංකාවේ? ටිකක් විතරද? Maybe quite more than 100. So, are they working for free of charge? No. They have been paid. So there is employer-employee relationship. You need to understand. If there is an employer-employee relationship, labor law is applicable. Okay? Right. And domestic servants, corporations and boards Again, Argarajya, Ayatan. Corporations and boards. Mandala. Cooperative societies. Trainees. Right? Tertiary and Vocational Education Act number 20 of 1990 and Trainee Private Sector Act number 8 of 1978. මේවට වැටෙන අය මේකට අදාළ වෙන්නේ නැහැ. ට්‍රේනි කියලා අවුරුද්දට වැඩි තියන්න බෑ. ඒ මොනොත් පර්මනන්ට් වෙනවා. So, I mean, NITA has also been, vocational education, powered by vocational education. Yeah, weekly. Those are institutions, but the Vocational Training Act. Next. Right. Next, maintenance of a register. Section 5. Every employer of worker in any trade should maintain and keep in the premises of where the enterprise or trade is carried on a register and reserve it for 6 years. 6 years. Setting out the name of each worker, the class of work performed, the amount paid to each worker as budgetary relief allowance. This may vary, right? Because if some workers may be less than 21,500, then they are entitled for 2005 and 2016 as well. Bravo. So 6 years. Any question from the audience, from the participants attending online? Okay, well.
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. Right. Next one. Competent authority. Who is the competent authority? Section 2. The commissioner means Commissioner General, shall be the competent authority and he or she may delegate powers, duties and functions to any officer of the Department of Labor. Any officer. Accountant one. No. Here any officer means the power has been vested with the Commissioner General of Labor. He can delegate his powers to additional Commissioner Generals of Labor. There are 3. Commissioners of Labor, Deputy Commissioners of Labor, Assistant Commissioners of Labor, and the Labor Officer. Anitha, accountant letter, right? Clerical staff Labor Department authority right? So Commissioner General normally does not go to the inspections. Even additional Commissioner Generals also not going for inspection. Commissioners maybe, and the Deputy Commissioners, yes. Assistant Commissioners, yes. Lowest one is the Labor Officer. Mostly the Labor Officers are inspect. So that is how power has been delegated. There are large number of accountants in the Labor Department. They're not competent authority. No, they don't go inspection. There are field officers as well. They cannot go for inspection. Only the category that I have already told. May Kauda. මට උදව්වක් කරනවද? කෑම එකක් ගෙනත් දෙන්න. හරි. කවුරු හරි. අර එදා ගෙනාව ඔයා නේද කොහෙන්ද? කවුද?
training tuition එක දෙන්න.
ඔය ඒකෙන් දෙන්නකො මට.
ෆිෂ් එකක්ද?
නෑ නෑ. පොත් ඔය ලෝක කැමරාවක් ගින්නර. මොකද්ද මෙතන තියෙනවද මොකද්ද පරිණාමයක් මොනවද? හරි වද්ද මොකද්ද මන් දන්නේ කියලා එකක්. හරි. ඒක පණායි දෙකෝයි. ආ. මේක දෙන්න.
රෙජි එක.
විජය තියෙනවා. ඒක ගන්න. Right. So let's move to next one. Powers of the competent authority. Right. To enter and inspect at all responsible hours. Then can undertake night inspection. Yes. Women and Children Affairs Division. Because to check the night work, they enter. So they can check not only night work, some other, document as well. So to enter and inspect at all responsible hours. වැඩ වහලා තියෙන වෙලාවට යන්න බෑනේ. Open කරලා වැඩ කරන වෙලාවට. Hours of day or night. Any place of work where workers are employed. ඒකෝ වැඩ යොදවල තියෙන තැන් වලට enter වෙන්න පුළුවන්. To make a copies of any register maintained.
Open hours. Sometimes
All responsible hours.
I talk to customers. Office staff might be looking. So
There is yeah, because
let's say around the bank. Customers, they go there free.
yeah,
Staff work sometimes feel late.
so they can enter, but if it is closed, right?
Those for customers.
Closed for customers,
Yeah.
but the bank is open. Well, we are not, we are not considering about the customer. We are considering about the workers working in the bank. So therefore, they can enter. Normally, banks, usually, commonly, banks are not inspected.
Why is it?
Inspect if there are, the complaints, right? Because they adhere.
They often,
I know that,
yeah, they often they get staff to work overtime.
but they do not.
Provide, say, after it, they don't provide transport for people and stuff. And no meal or rest hours after extended hours of work. So there are sometimes we would
The practice is, yes, we undertake inspection, but banks, they usually they go, the interval is little, the not frequent. Sometimes I remember that, the very when I was Commissioner General, I used to go to bank to deposit my son's what do you call this term university fee, 6 months, 6 months. So some of them told me that he knew like me, and I don't know how, but they knew that, and I asked them to lodge a complaint, anonymous one. I received and inspected. A lot of areas were calculated. But normally, people think that the banks are, okay. But private banks, yes, but the government banks, NSB, right, POC, People's Bank, very less. Very less. Private bank, there are some banks. Sexual harassment, very high in some private banks. Very high. They are supposed to come for, parties, and, they organize certain things. The young ladies at the front office, they are supposed to go, and if they do not come, they fire. There are cases, but don't go into detail. But as you said, yes, they do not provide, I mean, excessive hours of work, but no overtime paid, no transportation, right? If they have to work at night, no transportation is provided. The still people, the authorities think that they are blue collar workers somehow, compared to, but they are the most, in terms of harassment. It's not obvious. That is the problem. Okay. Right. HR. රාත්‍රිකාලේ ගියොත් ඔයාගේ ප්‍රායෝගිකව ওই ප්‍රශ්නේ තියෙනවා තමයි. ඒ කියන්නේ HR එක වහලා තිබුණොත් අපිට මේව චෙක් කරන්න බෑ. right අනිත් දේවල් චෙක් කරනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ නයිට් වර්ක් වලට අවසර අරන් තියනවාද ඒක පෙන්නන්න ඉන්න ඕන කවුද? නයිට් වර්ක් කරනවා නම් කවුරු හරි ඉන්න ඕනේ. නයිට් වර්ක් අවසරේ පෙන්නන්න. කවුරු හරි එම්ප්ලොයි කරන්න ඕනේ. නැතුව තනිකරම HR එක සම්පූර්ණයෙන් වහන්න බෑ. එක්සිකියුටිව් කෙනෙක් කවුරු හරි එම්ප්ලොයි කරන්න ඕනේ. නැත්නම් කොහොමද නයිට් වර්ක් දුන්නද නැද්ද? right කියන මේක සමහරලාට ඒගොල්ලෝ අරන් යනවා මේගොල්ලෝ ගාව තියෙන්න පුළුවන්. හැබැයි අවසරය ගත්ත එක පෙන්නන්න. ඊට පස්සේ සේවකයෝ කියන්නේ බලන්නේ වැඩිපුරම බලන අර කරුණු 10ක් තියෙනවනේ. කරුණු 7ක් විතර තියෙනවනේ නයිට් වර්ක් කරනකොට මම කිව්ව මතකද? හරිද එකපාරට දවස් 10කට වැඩි යොදවන්න බෑ. right ඊට පස්සේ ගෙවලා තියෙන්න ඕන මොනවද 1.5 ton night inspection යන්නේ ඕක චෙක් කරන්න. එහෙනම් ඉතින් කවුරු හරි ඉන්න ඕනේ. 1.5 එකකට බෝඩ් කෙනෙක් ඉන්නවද අර පීරියඩ් එක ඇතුළත වැඩ කරලා තියෙන්නේ 1.5 time ගෙවනවාද meals provide කරනවාද ඊට පස්සේ 10කට වඩා එක්කෙනෙක් සේවය යොදවලා තියෙනවද දින 10කට වඩා ඒක බලන්න එපා. ඒක බලන්න නම් ડોකියුමන්ට් පෙන්නන්න ඕනේ. ඒකට කවුරු හරි ඉන්න වෙනවා. ඔය 5 day work week එකේ තියෙන ප්‍රශ්නෙත් ඕක තමයි. ගොඩක් වෙලාවට. මොකේද? ඔව්. හොටෙල්. ඔව්. ඒකේ මට නෑ. හොටෙල් ෆීස් 15ක් තියෙනවනේ. ඒ වේජස් බෝඩ් එකෙන් වේජස් බෝඩ් එකට වෙනස් වෙනවා. අපි ඒ වේජස් බෝඩ් වල ඩිසිෂන් අරන් තියෙනවා නම් අර 10 කියන එකේ ඉන්නේ. හැබැයි මැක්සිමම් අරක හැර ඔය හොටෙල් මේ එක්සේස්ට්‍රී කියන එක හැර තමයි ඔය මැක්සිමම් 10 එන්නේ. හරි. හෝටල් වල එහෙම කරන්න බෑ. සමහර වෙලාවට යොදවන්න වෙනවා. හොටෙල් ඉන්ඩස්ට්‍රි හැර except හෝටෙල්. සිකියුරිටි එකෙත් ඒක. ඔව් 12 hours. 12 ඒ උනාට පැය 24ක් වැඩ කරනවා. වැඩ කළා අරක වැඩ කළා මොකද දන්නවද කරන්නේ? නෑ 45 hours වල දන්නවද ඉල්ලුවා වරායි ඩොක්යාර්ඩ් එකේ 48 hours ද කොහෙද? ඉල්ලන්නේ ඉල්ලුවා. අපි යන්නේ නෑ මෙතනමයි ඉන්නේ. ඒක violation of law නේ. ඒව කරන්න බෑ. අරගේ සිකියුරිටි එකේ මොකද දන්නවද කරන්නේ? ටිප් දෙකකට කඩලා ගෙවනවා. ඕවර් ටයිම් දෙන්නේ නෑ. ඉතුරු පැය 12 හරිනම් මේ 12 මේ මොනවාද 12 hours නේ තියෙන්නේ. 12 hours නෙමෙයි 24 hours යනවා ෂිප් දෙකකට කඩලා. එක දිගට යන්නේ. හරිනම් 8 hours වලින් පස්සේ අර 24 වල ඒ කියන්නේ ඉතුරු 16ටම ගෙවන්න ඕන ඕවර් ටයිම්. එහෙම ගෙවන්නේ නැහැ. සිකියුරිටි එක තමයි worst. අද 48 hours කියන්නේ ඉතින් වලාගෙන ඉන්නේ සමහර වෙලට එකම මිනිහා එක දිගටම ඉන්නවා. ඉතින් අන්තිමට කියනවා ඉතින් මොනවා මට ඔය අර අපි ඉන්න තැන් ඉන්දියාවේ අපි ඒ විතර නෙමෙයි මිනිස්සු හිතන් ඉන්නවා මාස 6ක් ගියාම තමයි EPF PTF ගෙවන්න ඕනේ. එහෙම මතයක් හදලා තියෙන්නේ. ඒක දවසක් වැඩ කරලා EPF PTF ගෙවන්න ඕනේ. නැතුව මාස 6ක් ඉන්න බෑ. සිකියුරිටි worst maximum ඔය මිනිස්සු රුපියල් 48000 ඒ වගේ තමයි ගන්න. එහෙම කරලා 1300 per day නේ. එතකොට දිනකට ඒක හැබැයි පැය 24ක් වැඩ හරිනම් OT-ත් එක්ක කැල්කියුලේට් කරන්නේ නැහැ. What to do?
example again, for security government का employed लगी ना organization.
ඔව්.
ये organization में तो डालना होगा देखो इसको आगे 24 hours 48 hours continuously करना होगा अराउंड डाल हमारी EPF की वाले का दावा डाल अब एक लोग मतलब कराना है वो देखो कॉन्ट्रैक्ट कर दिए सर्विस कंपनी है ना एक लोग एक रिस्पांसिबिलिटी employ करना
Very good question. Deploy කරනට yes, they have responsibility in case of the security company disappear. Say, for example, until the legal entity, what is the legal entity? The security company. They are our principal or the employer. In case dispute arises, say for example, dispute arises, salary has not been paid, whatever, right? A worker complaint, lawyer complaint with the department in general, until there is no complaint, then the labor authority investigates. They look at under the control test, whether the bank or whatever, whether they have controlled the security, whether they have ordered to work here and there, right? Some other work, I don't know. එහෙම වුණොත්, in case, එහෙම වුණොත්, ඔය දෙන්නම වගේ කියන්නේ. ආමුදත් වගේ කියන්න ඕනේ, කියන්නේ කම්පැනිත් වගේ කියන්න ඕනේ. අර එම්ප්ලොයි කරපු කෙනත් responsible. හැබැයි එහෙම වෙනවා very rare අඩුයි. මොකද they have contract. එතකොට අපි ගන්න ඕන main contract කියන්නේ security company තමයි. හැබැයි ඕකේ manipulations තැන් වල සිදු වෙන හින්දාම තමයි. මොකද security company is like manpower company. It's a manpower company. ඒක නිසා තමයි අලුත් ටැක්ස් එකේ ඒගොල්ලෝ ඒ කියන්නේ ඒගොල්ලෝ කිසියම් ආකාරයක නීතිමය රාමුවකට ගේන්න ප්‍රොවිෂන්ස් අතුලත් කළා. සිකියුරිටි එක ලයිසන් එක ගන්න ඕන අර ආරක්ෂක අමාත්‍යාංශයෙන් සිකියුරිටි ලයිසන් ගන්නවා වගේම බිස්නස් එක මේව කරගෙන යන්න මෙහෙ රෙජිස්ටර් වෙන්න. ඒක පිළිබඳ වාර්තා උරුදු පතා දෙන්න ඕනේ. ළඟම තියෙන ලේබර් ඔෆිස් එක. එතකොට තව පොඩ්ඩක් ඒගොල්ලෝ කියන්නේ ඒගොල්ලෝ මේක ඇතුළට ගේන. කියන කාරණේ what you said is there, right? And then the bank or whatever, they are not responsible. In case dispute arises, the labor authority will look into all matters. If there is something, the worker has been controlled by the entity, then responsible goes to both parties. Security company එකට වගේම අරගෙන. ඔක වෙන්නේ security company එක ඇත්තටම disappear වුණොත් තමයි ඔක වෙන්නේ. නැත්නම් වෙන්නේ නැහැ. disappear වුණොත් responsibility එක අරෙත් වෙන්න යනවා. ඒකත් ඉතින් අර control test එකකින් prove කරගන්න. නැත්නම් අනිත් එක මිලියන 3යි ගාණක් විතර ඉන්නවා. private sector එකේ workersලා. ඊයෙන් කීයෙන් කියන තාම ඉතින් අපි කතා මොනවාද ආයතන 76,000 sorry 80,000 institutions ඒ කියන්නේ labor department එකේ registered වෙච්ච ආයතන තියෙන්නේ 80,000ක්. ලංකාවේ කීයක් කොච්චර business තියෙනවද? ඒවා යන්න ඒවට වැඩපිළිවෙලක් හැදෙන්න ඕන. මොකද සමහර වෙලාවට තෝරාගත්තු තැනකට විතරයි යන්නේ. එතෙන්ද ගිහිල්ලා ඉතින් බලලා මොනාරි කරලා එනවා. එහෙම නැත්නම් ගෙදර ඉඳලා ඉන්ස්පෙක්ෂන් ෆෝම් එක පුරවනවා. පොල් එකෙන් අරන් පුරවනවා. ඒ කල්චර් එක මම දන්නේ ඒවා වෙනස් වෙන්න ඕනේ. ආයතන තියෙනවා business entities ලක්ෂ දෙකක් තිබෙනවා. ඒවා පොඩි පොඩි තැන්වල හැංගිච්ච තැන් තියෙනවා. දැන් නිකමට හිතන්නකෝ ඔය පෙට්‍රල් සෙට් තියෙනවානේ. ඊළඟට මොනවාද මේවා? සර්විස් ස්ටේෂන්ස්. ඔය ඉන්නකොට EPF ගෙවන්නෙම නැහැ. EPF PTF මොකුත් නැහැ. ඒගොල්ලෝ ගන්න කපනවට කැමතිත් නැහැ. එහෙම කියලා හරියන්නේ නැහැ හාමුදුරුවෝ වගේ කියනවා. Right? Okay, well. Next. Where no register is available, require the production of the register. ඒ කියන්නේ තිබුණ නැත්නම් ඉදිරිපත් කරන්න ඕන කාලයක් දෙන්න. To question any person whom he find in such place of work. ඕන කෙනෙක්ගෙන් question කරන්න පුළුවන්. සමහර වෙලාවට යනකොට සමහර ඒ කියන්නේ එහෙම කියයි කියලා හිතන සේවකව අයින් කරලා අතුරට දාලා වහලා තියෙන වෙලාවලුත් තියෙනවා සමහර වෙලාවට. To direct in writing any employer to furnish him on or before specific date a return relating to all workers by any such employer, such information or explanation as he may require, and a true copy of the whole or any part of any register maintained by such employer. These are normal things, you know that. Next. Just 1 second. So offences and penalties. Failure to pay any sum under the act. ඒ කියන්නේ මේ පනත යටතේ fail වෙනවා නම් ඒ කියන්නේ උදාහරණයක් ඒ කියන්නේ ඒකේ provisions ඒවට adhere වුණේ නැත්තම්, right? Failure to pay. Violation of the provisions regarding, right, continuation. Non-maintenance of records as stipulated by the act. Failure to produce the register to the labor authority, right? Obstruction to the commissioner or any other special officer. ඒ කියන්නේ අනකොට සමහර වෙන්න දෙන්නේ නැහැ. එක සැරයක් දඹුල්ලේ අපේ නිලධාරීන්ට ගහලා තිබුණා. නිලධාරීන්ට ගහලා තිබුණා. ඊට පස්සේ ඒක නඩුවක්. ඒ නඩුවෙන් ඌ වැරදිකරු වුණා, ලොකු දඩයක් මගේ මතකයේ හැටියට නියම කරා. බලහත් ඒ කියන්නේ ඒ බාධා කරන්න බෑ. ඒ කියන්නේ ලෝ එකක් ක්‍රියාත්මක කරන නිලධාරීන් they are like enforcement, ඒ කියන්නේ officers who enforce the law. ඒක බාධා කරන්න බෑ. A maximum fine of rupees 25,000. අරගෙදි උනේ වන්දියක් පහක් හරි නියම කරා මේකට අමතර 25 and ඒ කියන්නේ ඉරේ දැම්මේ නැහැ. And the maximum term of 6 months imprisonment will be imposed by a magistrate. Continuation කියන්නේ ඒ කියන්නේ provisions තියෙනවා. ටික කාලෙක ඇඩිය වෙලා තියෙනවා. හරි සමහර වෙලාවට නැහැ. හරි අතන මැද්දේ නැහැ. ටික කාලයකට කරලා ආයේ සමහර වෙලාවක නැහැ. කියන්නේ continuation කියන එක දැන් 6 years you have to keep record for 6 years. You keep only for 2 years or 3 years or 4 years, not continuation. Okay. Next. Yes. Next one. National Minimum Wage of Workers Act number 3 of 2006. An act to provide so what was the reason to bring this act? The National Minimum Wage of Workers Act. Most of the countries, they have national as well as regional national minimum wage. Right? For example, I don't know now, the European countries, most of the European countries, the minimum daily wage is about 25 US dollars per hour, per an hour. සාමාන්‍යයෙන් පැයකට එක තමයි average එක developed countries වල average එක සාමාන්‍යයෙන් ඩොලර් 25ක් ඒ වගේ ගාණක් per hour පැයකට. So here in the Malaysia, they have minimum wage for different regions. Minimum wage for different regions. They use a formula to calculate the minimum wage. I also calculated, using that equation. I calculated a couple of years back. The minimum wage, I think in 2016, if I'm not mistaken, right, when it was brought in. Before that, I calculated it was, it came around at that time 16,000. 16,000 rupees per man, per month. Per month. පැයකට නෙමෙයි මාසෙකට. හැබැයි අපි national minimum wage එක fix කරේ කීයද? මුලින්ම 10,000. 10,000. There was no national minimum wage, right? Particularly some workers working in office shops, right? So they were being paid very less salary, 7,000, 6,000. If they cover the target, they will earn more, but the basic was very, very. I remember that one trade union is famous, veteran trade union, Mr. Leslie Devendra, at the National Labor Advisory Council, when we were discussing this one, he raised repeatedly. We are not talking about the workers who are getting 40,000, 50,000 salaries. We are just talking about ordinary ladies, those who are, particularly ladies working in shop. They work more than 10, 12 hours. But what they are getting is peanut. Very few salary, 6,000, 7,000. That is why we need to bring a national minimum wage. So that was, some kind of a discussion. So that is why this act was enacted to determine the minimum. Remember that on top of this, Brava is applicable. Brava on top of this minimum wage, Brava comes on top of this on top of this one, right? So an act to provide for the payment of national minimum wage by employers to workers and for matters connected with. Date of operation certified on 23rd March. Date of operation on 1st of January 2016. Right? 2016. Why this act was enacted? To determine because what are there are a couple of methods to determine the wages or salary of the private sector workers in Sri Lanka. One is the wages board. Wages boards, 44 wages board, does not cover the entire working population in the private sector. Only 30% of the private sector workers are covered by the wages boards, ordinance or wages boards, even less than that. Workers in shops and offices, there is no mechanism to determine minimum wage. And daily workers, sometimes, no mechanism. Only wages board, which covers certain percentage of the working population in the country, of the private sector. On top of that, we have collective agreement. Around more than 100 collective agreements. But very few workers are covered. The rest, there is no mechanism. So that is why. So people pay, the employers pay, right? Whatever they think. Particularly the soft soil in a locus ready card. The gila local to Jaru told the minister the Gavan took to the very minimum. It was. So therefore, the government wanted everybody, employers and everybody agreed, wanted to bring uh, a flow, minimum salary, wage, minimum salary or wages. It's applicable for every worker. It was decided as 1,000 rupees at the initial stage. At the initial stage, 1,000 rupees at the initial stage. 10,000. Sorry, made a mistake. 10,000. 10,000 is nothing, but something is better than nothing. On top of that, the Brava, 2 Brava, right? Applicable. So altogether, at least 13,500. 13,000. So 12,500. How? Brava, 10,000 plus 1,000, 13,500. 13,500. Now it is how much? 21. 17,500 plus uh, 3,500. Altogether 21,000. So all these will be abolished in future. I hope so. And national minimum wage will be increased. So that is the national one. Oh, everybody, all employers are supposed to adhere to this one. So I think now you can understand what was the background to bring this act, right, or enact this this national meeting. It was debating for I think more than 1 year without consensus. The workers wanted to determine it as 15,000. Employers wanted to fix it as 8,000, if I'm not mistaken. But finally, 10,000 was decided at the initial stage. I mean, only one stage, but later it was amended. Right. Well,
Oh, here also, income certified is after date of operation, meaning that there will be a retrospective.
yeah, but the access, it will because yes, retrospective, but no, I mean, no, the very, there is no complexity. This is straightforward, right? You are supposed to adhere. It means that, here it is retrospective and has negative consequences as well. Because until this act is enacted, right? Employers, most of the employers, they don't know. Most of them don't know the date of operation. Because act is enacted on 16th March. 16th March. When the act comes out, I mean enacted, then it has retrospective effect. 3 months back, wages. Say you employ 1,000 workers. You employ 1,000 workers. So you have paid basic for say for example 9,000. Then you have to pay another 3,000 for each worker. Sorry, I mean, for to become a 10,000, right? Masatuna 3 months arrears. But remember that majority, I think 90%, when this act was enacted, except workers in socks, other I don't know. So most of them, it was above, but we can't say actually above, but somehow even some wages pool. Basic salary was less than 10,000 in some wages pool. So we had to summon wages pool as well to increase. Then it has, due to retrospective, it has some negative consequences, extra burden on employers. Extra burden because yes, you have it. Okay, well, national minimum wage, right? The national minimum monthly make it hadaganna tiyanawa mokada mage make update karaganna unne na, so everybody, right, you have to make some corrections, right? I will say the national minimum monthly wage for all workers in any industry of service shall be 10,000 at the beginning. The national minimum daily wage of worker shall be 400 in 2016. Amended Act number 6 of 2021 and increased to 12,500 monthly and to rupees 500 daily. Could you please give me 2 minutes? Now, it was then again, it was amended in 2021, increase up to 12,500 monthly, and to here next para you have to add in 20, you have to take a note, September 2024. September 2024. එක පහලින් වෙන තැනකින් ලියාගත්තත් කවන්නේ. In September 2024, in September 2024, this act was again amended. This act was again amended and increased national monthly minimum wage. National monthly minimum wage to 17,500. 17,500. $17,500 and national daily minimum wage. National daily minimum wage increased to national minimum daily wage increased to here 700. Rupees 700. Okay. Those this is the the new information that you need to add. And so now altogether tell me at least let me put in this way. What would be the minimum earnings of a worker at present? Minimum earnings, remuneration of a worker which attract PPF, ETF and debt. 21,000. Why 21,000? The national minimum monthly wage is 17,500 plus 1,000 rupees under Brava 2005, another 2,500 rupees under Brava 2006. 21,000 maximum. The national minimum wage means the contractual wage or salary of the worker or the wage prescribed under the wages board's ordinance. The මේකත් එක්ක මොකද වෙන්නේ? මේක වැඩි කරනකොට so when we increase national, it is good thing, but again we have to summon wages boards which national which the salary has been determined below the national minimum. So in order to summon wages boards and gazette notification and whatnot, 3 languages, you have to publish it in 3 languages in newspapers. It's a cost to the government, not only to the the employer but also to the government as well. Summoning large number of, say for example 10, 20 wages, if we have to, right? Why? If the now security what is the monthly salary? It was 16,000, right? Under the security wages code, 16,000. Now the wages code must be summoned and increase, change the salary. Not now 16,000. Now minimum, national minimum is 17,500. With effect from September 2024. So the fight එකක් දුන්නා. ගේන්න ආපුතුන් කැමතුනේම නැහැ. කොමාරි ගෙනා. Anyway, so if wages board determined by wages determined by the different wages boards are less than or below 17,500, all wages boards must be summoned and increase the wages or salary of the workers covered by the wages board decision. Well, wage or basic salary together with the cost of living allowance, special living allowance, or any other similar allowance. Basic wage or the basic salary together. Again, saying basic plus pravayano and cost of living. If there is a cost of living allowance, yes, right? Cost of living allowance, special living allowance, or any other similar allowance. Make it combine, right? Old combination, combine. Eka, එතකොට බලන්න wage or basic salary together with the cost of living allowance is special living allowance. So this 17,500 includes what? No, 17,500 does not include. Bravo. 17,500. Look, read the last sentence. Read it. The last point. 17,000. Look at the national minimum wage means. The national minimum wage is the contractual wage or salary prescribed by the wages board. And wages or basic salary together with basic, again, national minimum wage means wages or basic salary together with the cost of living allowance. So the 17,500 may include the cost of living as well, allowance as well. Then එහෙම ගෙවන්නේ නැහැ cost of living කියලා මොකද එකම එක wages board එකේ විතරයි තියෙන cost of living. ඒක මොකද ඒක හදලාම තියෙන cost of living එකත් එකේ. අනිත් ඒවායි නෑ. දැන් දෙනවා private එහෙම living allowance. So දෙනවා රුපියල් 1000 දෙනවා. users දෙනවා. ගවර්න්මන්ට් එකේ දෙනවා. හරි. හැබැයි මෙහෙමයි ගවර්න්මන්ට් එකේ ප්‍රශ්නේ තියෙන්නේ. වගකීම් ගන්න මිනිස්සුන්ට. රිස්ක් එක ගන්න මිනිස්සුන්ට. very low salary. රාජසේවී අධිකරණ ශ්‍රේෂ්ඨය අයින් කරන්න ඕනේ. ඉහළම වැටුප තියෙන්නේ කාටද? කවුරු කියලා තියෙන්නේ? Central banking sector is those are not government. They are not government. Cannot consider that government work. That's the independent one. Comes under the රාජ්‍ය සේවය. ඒ කියන්නේ ගුරු ඉන්නවා පරිපාලන සේවයේ civil service එකේ second layer. රාජ්‍ය සේවයේ ඉහළම තනතුර මොකක්ද? sorry ඇහෙන්නේ නෑ අමාත්‍යාංශ ලේකම් ප්‍රධාන ගණන් දීමේ chief accounting officer. DA කියන්නේ accounting officer. DA comes under the secretary ministry of public health. secretary කෙනෙක්ගේ පඩිය තමයි ලංකාවේ රාජ්‍ය සේවය. මුතු එකයි ඉල්ලජ්ජයි කිය. දැන් මේ අලුත් වැඩිවීමෙන් වැඩි වුණා බේසික් එක. 80000ක් 80000ක්. ඒක තමයි වැඩිම. ඊළඟට අවටද මේ පොඩි සීනියර් විශේෂඥ වෛද්‍යවරයෙකුට කියන ඇඩිෂනල් සෙක්‍රටරිස්ලා ගන්නට දීලා ගන්නට වැටෙනවානේ කියලා එහෙම කෙනෙක්. ඒ වගේ. ඉතින් කොහොම නමුත් පෙන්ෂන් එකෙන් අන්න very no allowances because secretary is secretary no allowances. Allowances के poor allowance is there but you have to travel. No any other allowance. Allowance यार कौन secretary allowance කියලා නෑ secretary මේ special inward policy secretary ට 50,000 එනවා allowance එක 50,000 මේක fortunately pension එකට එකතු වෙනවා pension එක හදන්නේ ඒකත් එක්ක නැත්නම් එහෙම කැඳ බොන්නත් compared to the private sector CEOs salary is very very low because no any other allowance. Doctors they have many allowances and some other special people working in RME and motor traffic immigration and immigration and then personal registration registration of person. So they have some kind of allowance and customs. But okay, anyway, right.
So I think
because now the Minister of Secretary, Minister of Finance, all secretaries are equal, right? The top one is the President Secretary, and then the Secretary to the Prime Minister. Then all other secretaries are equal, right? Because he is getting very big salary, Minister of Finance, because he was still, right? Was a central bank also. Central bank, he is getting what central bank officer is getting. Much higher, even 4 times. But the previous one, Dr. Samaradu, Home Secretary, is not getting any other, he came because central bank salary is very high salary. Even I tried to enter. Enter to central bank. Staff officer. I worked for that one. Fortunately, I was not selected because very few people were selected. My rank was 30 something like that. Only 24 were selected. So, however, due to the hard work to enter the central bank, and suddenly I sit for the after that sit for the SLA. I got through. I didn't work for the study for to enter to SLA. So PS SLA. The central bank again body get under entry salary central bank get PNG salary. අමාත්‍යාංශ ලේකම්වරයෙක් වඩා වැඩි. අමාත්‍යාංශ ලේකම් කරන්නේ. හැබැයි අපි එච්චර මැරිලා මේ දේවල් කරලා දැන් මම කෝප් වලට මාව කැඳවුවා. කෝප් ආයනවා. බැලුවා තියෙන්නේ පස් මේවල දාලා. මම කෝප් ගියේ නැහැ. අද එදාට සතුරු වැඩි වුණා. අපේ ආවෝ විතරයි මම දැසි මේකක් කියලා මොනවාද? email account. So my blood sugar level has gone up and I need to see a doctor. I am unable to attend. Sorry for the inconvenience. Who got the next year? Like, hey, one six one theory. They come over at a blood sugar lower. The main one is special, special. I read the name of Corona. කොරෝනා ගහන්නේ අසනීප වුණාම කොරෝනා ගහන්නේ මොකද? කරුණාමනේ. කරුණාම තියෙනවා කියලා කියන්නේ. ඒ වීඩියෝ එක. ඊළඟ කෝපයක් නෝනේ. ප්‍රයිමරි එකේ ගාස්පති. උදේ 9ට පටන් 9 අපිට වැඩි. උදේ 9ට පටන්. why at least 5 on document එක ලස්සන කරලා ඉවර කරනවා. හැමදාම දුවන කෝපායි කඳවල තියෙනවා. සබ්බාවෙන් අතරින් වැඩ කරේ. නමුත් මේ අන්තිමට අඩු කියන්නත් ඕන. අන්තිම සල්ලිත් නැහැ. මහන්සි වෙලා වැඩ කරලා රටට ඩොලර් ගේන්න වැඩ කරලා දැන් එහෙම තමයි ප්‍රයිවට් සෙක්ටරේ හිටියනම් මේ මොකවත් නැහැ. මොකුත් නැහැ. හොඳට EPF එකම ඇති ඔක්කොටම ලොකු. يعني ඒ කාලේ ඉඳලා ප්‍රයිවට් සෙක්ටරේ හිටියනම් අද වෙනකොට ලොකු ගාණ මිලියන ගාණක් අරන් එළියට ගිහින් වද්ද නොකර ඉන්න. අපි මහා ලොකුට අර අපි තියෙන පොඩි උණක් තිබ්බා. දිසාවති කෙනෙක් වෙන්න ඕනේ. උපදිසාවති වෙන්න ඕනේ. එහෙම පොඩි උණක්. ඒ උණක් නේ පොඩි මේකක් තිබ්බා. හරි. මොකද මට ඒක එහෙම හිතුනේ. මම මහපොළ ගන්න මහපොළ හදාගන්න ගියාම අර ග්‍රාම සේවකයන් අසං කරන්න බැයි විශ්වවිද්‍යාලයට යනවා. ඒ මහපොළට ඒකට අසං කරා. ඒක තාම ග්‍රාම සේවකයෙක් එමිණේක තියන් ඉඳලා මම විශ්වවිද්‍යාලේ යනකම් ඒවල නැහැ. මට මහපොළ ඊට පස්සේ මම ආපහු ගිහිල්ලා යාගේ ඉල්ලගෙන ගියා ඒකට සහකාර ප්‍රාදේශීය ලේකම් කෙනෙක් ගාවට ඒකේ පළාතේ. ඉතින් යා මාව පොඩ රස්තියක්. මට එදා හිතුණා මා කාදායි බුවගේ උතෙන් පුටේමයි. ඒක තමයි අර දීපිනේ පොඩි. නැත්තම් ප්‍රයිවට් සෙක්ටර් එකේ හිටියනම් ඊට වඩා. But anyway, right? Those are this now the national minimum wage mean, right? Next, move to the next slide. Persons excluded from the act. Right? Persons excluded from the act. Now I think I'm going to stop here, 12 o'clock, right? 1 o'clock, please come at 1. Because the next one, you have to, take notes. Because I don't have this presentation for this, what you call, how to draft letter of appointment. The entire thing is around, yeah, 3 pages, right? You have to, because I have separate, document for this stuff. I don't have in my computer. It was there, but I think this is I'm going to change little bit, right? So therefore, you have to take to a note because getting photocopy only for this specimen. No, you have to because I'm going to change here and there because some names are there, maybe real names, right? And some company names. I'm just ignoring those one because we have time, right? 1 o'clock, maybe 2:30 we will finish. Let's go for lunch and come back. Again. All in. Now, the ladies and gentlemen, those who are attending, online, now we stop for lunch, and please join. I'm going to start at 1 o'clock.
Okay, sir.
You.
Okay, sir.
You're not here. So, good afternoon. Let's start. Make it a main. Hardly very main. Ravakian, retirement again, Punche, Varudi, whatever. Mental good art, cutting the made by and then Echo as well. The one more animal to Gandanic with the anything. Right, anyway, now, ladies and gentlemen, let's start. Workers who is persons excluded from the act. මේ පනතින් අයින් වෙන කණ්ඩායම කවුද? බලාක් පනත අදාළ නොවන අය. Workers who is employed by any charitable institution within the meaning of the Inland Revenue Act number 10 of 2006, or by any religious institution maintained for or connected with worship. Domestic workers lane, government sector, no government sector workers, corporations, right? Cooperative societies, trainees. So same as the previous Brava Act. Exclusively government sector workers, including the semi-government. One of the semi-government can. SOE, state-owned enterprises. Niles, Neos, the workers working here, they are not covered by this act. Right? Let's go. මේමයි මට 4 වෙනකන් අදින්න නම් ඕනේ නෑ. මේක නෑ එච්චර වෙලා තියෙන්නේ. මන් දන්නේ ඇයි මේකට පොඩි කියන්නේ. බාවා 2005 කියන්නේ you see the very few slides. මේමයි ඉතින්. පනතේ තියෙන කෑලි අරගෙන ඒවා පනත කියෝ ගියා නම් ප්‍රශ්න පුළුවන් ඉතින්. But what is needed is to understand the subject and main points. Legal jargon, we don't need the legal jargon. What is for HR people understand and how to calculate it. Okay. Maintenance of register. This is also register has to be maintained for 6 years. That register should depicts the name of each worker, the class of work performed, the amount paid to each worker as allowance. Not as allowance, right? This is minimum wage. The competent authority is same as the Labor Department. The Commissioner General of Labor, he can delegate his powers to additional Commissioner Generals. There are 3 additional Commissioner Generals. One is the admin. The other one is departmental or enforcement. Another one is the engineer, right? Engineering. There are 3. And then there are around 10 commissioners. No, 9 commissioners. Commissioner EPF, Commissioner Women and Children, Commissioner Factories Ordinance under the factories, and Commissioner IR, Commissioner Admin, Commissioner Work, Commissioner PRT, Planning, Research and Training, Commissioner Special Investigation, right? Commissioner Enforcement or Legal. There are, likewise. There are, let me just that put up alien. Let me calculate. Commissioner Admin, Commissioner EPF, Commissioner Enforcement, Commissioner Special Investigation, Commissioner OSH. Yeah. Safety. Commissioner safety. One is safety, another one is health. Commissioner EPF. Commissioner Women, Young Persons and Children. 9. Next. Commissioner Special Investigation. And then Commissioner PRT, Planning, Research and Training. Namakendo. Commission Admin, Commission EPF, Commission Enforcement, Commissioner Women, Young Persons and Children, Commissioner Safety, Commissioner Health. Oh, there. Ekak doctor kenek, අනිත් දෙක engineer. Then අපි හරියට. And then deputy commissioners, I don't know, maybe right. Deputy commissioners and the assistant commissioners. Assistant commissioners, there are two types of assistant commissioners. The one type is, those who have come through the departmental service, right? Joining as a labor officer, right? Serving 10 years, and then they are eligible to sit for the internal, limited examination to become commissioner, assistant commissioner. Those who are from the Sri Lanka Administrative Service, directly, once they are recruited, directly they appoint as assistant commissioner. So I came as assistant commissioner directly. The Commissioner General definitely from the Sri Lanka Administrative Service, special grade officer. So next. Additional Commissioner General, there are 3. One is from the engineering service. There are around 34 engineers here. Another one from the SLS, Administrative Service, admin. Another one from the departmental service. They can leave officer කෙනෙක් හැටියට බැඳිලා assistant commissioner වෙලා, deputy commissioner වෙලා, commissioner වෙලා එයාලට acting තමයි හැමදාම වෙන්නේ. ඒකට එන්න බෑ. ඒ කියන්නේ leave officer හැටියට බැඳිලා so අවුරුදු 10ක් කලින් 14ක් තිබුණා. 10යි. ඊට පස්සේ විභාගේ පාස් වෙන very few position ප්‍රමාණයක් නෙවෙයි. SLS 40 අරගොල්ලන්ගෙන් 60 එමය යන්නේ. ratio එක. ඒගොල්ලොන්ට කවදාවත් නිත්‍ය තනතුරට එන්න බෑ. ඒ තනතුරේ වරප්‍රසාද භුක්ති විඳිනවා acting on acting basis. අද රිටයර් වෙනකොට ඒ කියන්නේ acting උනා කියලා acting salary එකක් නේ හම්බෙන්නේ. එයාගේ basic එක එයාගේ මූලික salary එක එන්නේ එක්ක එයා deputy commissioner නම් commissioner නම් ඒක salary. අතෙන්ද ගියා කියලා salary step එක එන්නේ නැහැ. අනිත් වරප්‍රසාද හම්බෙන්නේ. vehicle එක හම්බෙනවා, vehicle allowance එක හම්බෙනවා. නමුත් acting එකක් හම්බ වෙනවා acting උත් ඒත් හම්බ වෙන්නේ නැහැ. එයාට පොරතුරු දෙන්නේ acting base. ඒකට ඒ තනතුර තමයි එයාට තියෙන්නේ. නමුත් salary step එකට එන්න බෑ. එහෙම ඉතින් ගොඩක් ඒවා එහෙම තියෙනවා ඒක කියන්නේ. Right, well, powers of the competent authority, as I explained previously, the same as, to enter and inspect, you have observed this one under the Brava as well. The same thing. I don't need to repeat it. They can enter, question, or get abstract, the document, everything. The same as right. Offenses and penalties, the same as under Bravo. Failure to pay any sum under the Act, A should be capital. When you write, when it comes to legal, legal document, the Act. පනතක් නම් A capital වෙන්න ඕන මෙතන මේ simple වැඩිලා තිබුණා. හැමදෙස්සෙම act එකක් පනතක් මෙතන making මොකද කියන්නේ? ක්‍රියාකාරකම. මෙහෙම වුණොත්. So non-maintenance of records මේ වුණොත් රුපියල් 25000යි නැත්නම් 6 month imprisonment. So these are the subject matters that I was supposed to discuss with you. I think it is, I hope, I don't know, right? It's clear for you through Budgetary Relief Allowance of Workers Act and the National Minimum Wage. Remember, this was National Minimum Wage of Workers Act was enacted 2024, September 2024. Now, not 12,500, now it is 17,500 and daily wage is 700. This is the only change that we have made. On top of that, Brava has to be paid. Now my task is to discuss with you, as I have been informed. Let me check. Where is this? National Institute of Labour. Drafting an appointment letter with relevant legal aspect. Before that, I don't have the PowerPoint presentation to that one. Again, the signal එකක් තියෙනවා. ඒක number දෙන්න පුළුවන්, but you are supposed to, take your notes. So I will explain one by one. Signal is a presentation. Any question so far? Okay, right. Now, how to draft an appointment letter? You are supposed to, as HR people, you are supposed to draft. Yes? Any question? Sarasi, you have to mute your microphone. So the letter of appointment. What do we mean by letter of appointment? Is it required? Is it required by law? No. Contract of employment. Did you study? Did you learn the contract of employment? Under Sri Lankan law, yes, under the Sopanopis Employees Act. Sopanopis Employees Act specifically say that, the letter of appointment has to be issued. But what about wages? The contract of employment may be written, may be oral, may be direct, may be indirect. Normally, letter of appointment is issued, but the contract of, when it comes to contract of employment, contract should not be a written one. There is the appointment letter, that is the written document, written contract of employment. But sometimes orally, there is no appointment letter. Then how do we make sure that this person, in case dispute arises, there are the documents, whether salary has been paid, the attendance. These are the documents to prove that there was a contract of employment. I ඉගෙන ගත්ත නැද්ද? ලංකාවේ නීති අනුව contract of employment කියන එක written වෙන්න ඕනේ නෑ. written වෙන්න ඕනේ නෑ. Remember? පැහැදිලිද? In Sri Lanka, an employee is not required to provide a written contract of employment to an employee. Though some laws, such as Open Office Employees Act and the Wages Board Ordinance, require that the employee be informed of the salary and some other terms in writing. But no contract is required, and the employee will find it difficult to obtain a relief in a dispute with the employer if there is no documentary evidence. එහෙම දෙන්න ඕනේ නෑ. අපි documentary evidence නැතුනොත් මොකද වෙන්නේ? හරි අමාරුයි. dispute එකක් આવොත් ඒක right? For your information, let me show you. මේක කොහොමද අයින් කරන්නේ? Someone has to come. So මේකෙන් අයින් වෙලා මට තව එකක් තියෙන ඒක just to share print out ගන්න ඕනේ නැහැ. හරි? මට මේකෙන් just make a share. Yes, this is not my task, but to remind you before we go for a how to draft a letter of appointment, you need to understand the contract of employment. This is a written document. Employee relationship, contract of employment. Just for your information, right? I'm sharing this one. You know. So look at what is a contract. It is an agreement between two or more parties. There must be two elements in a contract. What is that? An offer of this is in general, right? Offer of contract by one party, the offerer. The other one, an acceptance by the other one, offeree. The contract must be written or oral. Unwritten. Maybe digital also. Who are legally entitled, right, to can enter into a contract. Example, a child under 18 years cannot. I'm just sharing, right? Effect of a contract. Binding between two parties. Sorry. Oh my God. May make enna
No.
What is this? Magia. Oh, itu kudaran sama ini. Wadah nanti mereka pulang. Move in. Not moving. All right. Bagi kiri ke kiri. Jadi dia bukan di bawah. Mungkin anungin masuk ke mangkaran mana. But just to remind you. Right. So these are some effect of a contract. Megat mangkan parties to contract of employment. This is what I wanted to, I want to share with you. Employer can be a company represented by an authorized person such as director, CEO, manager, executive. Employee, also called known as workman or worker, must enter into a contract personally. A third party employee, a third party contract employee must sign කරන්න ඕනේ. So must enter into a contract personally. A third party cannot sign on behalf of the employee. Right? On behalf of the employer, yes. For example, limited liability companies, on behalf of the board of directors, HR director or HR manager will sign. Employee must perform his duties personally, cannot substitute someone else unless the employer agrees specifically. Right? Special characteristics of employment contracts in Sri Lanka. Look at very carefully this one.
Okay, go there.
Yeah.
Say lecturer. They are working in another company. They are providing service. So, employees, they have contract person. But there can be lecturers who are full-time clients. Then they go under contract option.
It is less like this, right? If you are working for a company or for an employer, until he agrees, you are not supposed to undertake, any other work. Even part-time work, relating to your job. Say you are a lecturer, right? A permanent lecturer here in IELTS. You have an agreement with the employer. Unless, if your employer agree, otherwise you are not supposed to deliver lecture at CIP. But if you are a freelance, like me, I can go anywhere because I don't have any binding with you. Whether, if they ask me to deliver a lecture, I come here and deliver. This is contract for employee. That one, previous one is a contract of employee. So, if there is a contract of employment, if your employer does not agree, I mean, without informing and getting permission from your employer, you are not supposed to do the same work. Oh, some other work, right, in another company.
Yeah, let's say you're into some manufacturing, whatever organization, but your on weekends do lecture, right? Doesn't have any connection. In that sense, do you feel need to get the
It's like this, but normally people do not question. But sometimes, in case your employer specifically say letter of employment, whatever it is, right? Say that without permission of the company, you are not supposed to work for another institution or in. If say like this, then you have to get permission. Problem is you may argue that you are doing the different thing. Different thing. Let me give you an example. Those who are working for the Employers Federation of Civil, they are even for the family members. The industrial advisors are not supposed to give advice to any worker because they are working for the employers. They have some clues. I remember that, I have, personal experience. Yeah, because, she never gives any opinion or anything except, without permission from the Employees Federation of Civil. We can argue that there is no connection between this, but if in case employer raise a question, sometimes you may be terminated because of that. They may go as a disciplinary case. Do you have a disciplinary inquiry procedure? What do you call this? You raise this one, ask me, because disciplinary one is very important. So you are doing the different things, right? So you may argue that, but in case there is no objection, there is no problem with the employer, you can continue. We can't give you the precise answer. It depends on the employer. Working, I know that, I can understand what you are raising, but it depends on the employer's attitude, right? Employer, later it can be, argued at LT or labor department, but depending on the attitude of the employer, sometimes your employment may be terminated. We don't know.
But say, keep them informed. Definitely you get approval, but keep them informed.
Keep them informed. If there is no problem with them, unless there is no problem, you can carry. But I can't give you precise answer because it depends on the attitude of the employer. Because you have entered into a contract with an employer. We don't know whether even outside the scope of the work you do something else, right? Sometimes you may be asked, right, to come for a work or emergency work, right, on Saturdays and week holidays. So depends on the attitude. There is no precise law on that. It depends on the employer.
But if you are doing that work on a voluntary basis, you don't get a payment, let's say. Your lecture is
Even it is up to the, because in case your employer, right, he doesn't care about that, then there is no problem. That is what I'm repeatedly saying. It depends on the attitude of the person, right? The employer. Employer wants to terminate you. This may be, highlighted. And as a disciplinary matter, later it can be argued, but your employment can be terminated. So, therefore, always if you have contract of employment, right?
Contract of it.
Contract of employment.
Talking about now, contract for employment. Say, now in my case, now we work for an organization, let's say, and I go and lecture during weekends. And so, I mean, it's not continuously happening. Sometimes it may be voluntarily or without a pay. Sometimes it may be with a pay, but there is no contract of employment.
You are talking about the second one, no?
Yeah.
What about the first one?
First one is a contract of employment with the
That
employer.
is what I'm saying, right? You have a main job. Here is a contract of employment with the first employer, right? So you are like bound by the what do you call this? The element or whatever stipulated in your letter of appointment. If there is a letter of appointment. All right. So it's a contract of employment. Say, for example, let me tell you, the government officer has asked, right? The government officer. We are not supposed to. Yes, we can, right? Outside the scope. Working hours, we can deliver. 10% has to be paid, and it has to be informed to the public administration secretary, and 10% of our earning should be paid to the government sector. When it comes to the private sector, you are working for me, from my company, right? Say HR manager. You have entered into a contract with me, right? You inform me. So I'm delivering lectures, Saturday and Sunday. Suddenly, I have some misunderstanding about you. There is no that. It's attitude. I have misunderstanding about you. Then I try to find loopholes. That may be taken as such. And I will warn you not to do it. If I'm a genuine employer, right, I don't have any problem because you are doing everything perfect, all right, perfectly all right. So Saturday, Sunday, so I don't care about it. But there are some employers who try to, certain has in order to, if I feel that, this guy is not good, then I will take that act. You are violating the contract of employment and may not be well, but from my side, I may say you have violated and your employment will be terminated. I don't know, but it may happen. It may happen. Okay? Otherwise, if you don't want to, face to that kind of, the harassment, better you work as freelance. No contract of employment, always contract for employment.
Yeah, but so people have started some side business on their own, especially after COVID. I mean, they were there's some even drive Pick Me and Uber. So there are a lot of drivers. So then that case, they will inform that, but it doesn't affect it.
Yeah, it doesn't impact, but there is no such, it depends, right? There is no precise answer. You may inform or may not, right? But you are supposed to fulfill the task of the contract of employment. There are people, that is called moonlighting. That is called, what you are saying is a moonlight, right? There are a couple of jobs people are doing, right? Main job is there and some other part-time job. That is called moonlighting. For more than one job, moonlight. You may inform or may not, but make sure that your contract of employment is fulfilled. The provisions of the contract of employment is fulfilled. Okay, that is more important. Let's go. Contract of employment is the relationship between employer and the worker. This can be written or unwritten, oral, explicit or implicit. Under the Chopin of is yes. Letter of appointment, then no. The alut loike must. Our. I. Hamodama letter of appointment. And sometimes a contract may be created between the parties unknowing, depending on the actual relationship, contains only some of the terms between parties. Again, ඔක්කොම මේක ඇතුලේ දාන්නේ නෑ. letter of appointment එක හදනකොට හැමදේම මේක ඇතුලේ දාන්න බෑ. So contains only some of the terms between parties. Other terms may be added into the contract by labor and employment laws, by superior court decisions, Supreme Court and Court of Appeal, collective agreements, customs of practice. Okay, right. So the labor, whatever you mention in the letter of appointment, the contract of employment. If the clauses are violating the labor law, those clauses are immaterial. Right? No, those provisions in the letter of appointment or contract of employment which violates the law in the land, labor law. Those terms are invalid. Letter of appointment එකේ තියෙන්න පුළුවන්. මොන වුණත්. Letter of appointment එකේ තියෙන එක නෙමෙයි වැදගත් වෙන්නේ law එක. So therefore, when you are drafting the letter of appointment, you must understand what is the labor law in the land. You don't need to mention everything, but you need to understand what is the law in it, because you are not supposed to put any condition which violate the labor law in the country. Right? Inside, ඒක draft කරනකොට දැන් සමහරු දානවා private යාලා මේව තියෙනවානේ. private එයා තියෙනවා ලංකාවේ තියෙනවානේ ඔය මිනිස්සුලා ජප්නා යනවා වගේ ඔය කියන private එයා හොස්ටල්ස්ලා ඉන්නේම තියෙනවා. මට එක්තරා එහෙම බදව ගන්න කම්පැනියක් මහින් උපදේශයක් ගන්න මේ ලෙටර් එකට your agreement is on contract කියලා දාන්න පුළුවන්. contract basis දාන්න පුළුවන්. මාස 6කට වඩා අඩුයි නම් පුළුවන්. අවුරුද්දක contract එකක්. මං කිව්වේ ඉතින් ඔයා අවුරුද්ද ඉවරලා අයින් කරාම termination act එක ගැටලේ මේගොල්ලෝ යන්න පුළුවන්. දැන් බලන්නෙම මොකක් හරි එකකින් කොහෙන් හරි බේරෙන්න පුළුවන්. law එක violate කරන්න බෑ. So while a contract is in operation between employer and employee, the labor authorities, labor department, can inquire into the terms of that contract and alter say. ඒක කරන්න පුළුවන්. So මේ ටික විතරයි මට මේකෙන් පෙන්වන්න ඕනකම තිබුණා. තව තියෙනවා. But contract of employment versus contract for employment. මේක මගේ වැඩ නෙමෙයිනේ. ඒ නිසා මම ඒක අයින් කරනවා. Right? So let's now go to right. Now the letter of appointment. What is that? Take your note, everybody. The letter of appointment. How to draft a letter of appointment. First, you need to understand what is letter of appointment. The letter of appointment becomes note එක ලියා ගන්න. The letter of appointment becomes the contract of employment. The contract of employment. contract of employment between අපි දැන් ඉස්සර note ලියනකොට between කිව්වම between වල ලියන්නේ නැහැ. B ඇලෙලා W between. ඒවා පෙති ක්‍රම තියෙනවා. මොකද සමහර වෙලාවට you know like you know the masters they just their speech. We have to take our own notes. ඒ නිසා ක්‍රම සමහරව පුරුදු වෙනවා. Right. The letter of patent becomes the contract of employment between the employer and the employee. Once it has been accepted and and signed asankara signed in confirmation by both parties. How the parties? Employer and the employee. Both parties. KTL liyaga. Yes. Although no format is specified. No format is specified in Sri Lanka. In Sri Lanka, a specimen, 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 letter of appointment or contract of employment is given below. Here, the date. It's like this. This is the format, say. This one. The date. Then name and the address. Agile of the employee. The name and the date and left side, date first, and the name and the address of the employee. Right? Name and the address of the employee, the left side. And then here, as you wish, sir, madam, whatever it is, oh, Mr. MS and here letter of appointment. Letter of appointment. Right. Then you can say like this. Something like further to our interview, or it has to be referred to someone, otherwise, directly we are not issuing letter of appointment, right? So then first para you can say like this. Further to your interview, further to your interview with our blank HR director or HR manager or managing director, whatever it is, right? Interview with our, say, HR manager or HR director. Interview check it's CEO. Right? On the day, right? On කියන එක අදහස් කරේ එතන date එක එන්න ඕනේ. කවදාද interview එක තිබ්බේ කියන එක. Right? Come on. We write to offer you. We write to offer you. I නෙමෙයි, yeah? We write to offer the company name. We write to offer you employment as then the title. Blank එකක් එතෙන් දෙන්නේ title එක. Title. No marketing manager, finance, whatever. The blank. With effect from date එක දාන්න. හවුද? Date. With effect from blank. Blank means date. With effect from on the following terms and conditions. On the following terms and conditions. Number one, designation. Number one, designation. Do you need me to, give wording on that? Right? It says you will be, say for example, you will be employed as marketing manager or finance manager, and your duties will be as set out in the attached job description, which will form part of your terms of employment. Right? Designation. Only again, right? Under designation, you will be employed as blank. Then you will be employed as blank title. Okay, as and your duties will be set out. And මේක ඔක්කොම කියන්න බෑනේ. ඔබට කරන්න තියෙන්නේ මොනවද? මේක ඔක්කොම කියන්න බෑ. Set out. Right? In the attached job description. In the attached job description. Which will form. F-O-R-M, form. Not from, form. Part of your terms of employment. Which form part of your terms of employment. Number two, salary. You will receive an all-inclusive salary or basic salary or whatever, right? Say something 50,000 per month, right? Whatever amount, right? Which salary shall include all statutory allowances. Right? As you wish, as per the company decision. Number three, working hours. You have to specify, right? Working hours. I'm not going to give you, precise the terms, but it's up to the company. Working hours, you must mention about the working hours. And the probation period. Number two. Probation period. You can't say, okay, you can, right? You have to undergo 1 year probation period or 9 months or 6 months, but you must remember that If the worker worked for 180 days during the first 12 months of employment, you cannot. You cannot trust. So that is why you need to know the labor law before you draft things. So you can say 1 year, but remember that in case you terminate him just after 180 days of work within the first year of within the first 12 months of employment. දැයිවේට බැඳිලා මාස 12ක් ඇතුළත දින 180ක් වැඩ කරලා තිබුණොත් ඒ මිනිහා හෙලවන්න බෑ. අපි මොන probation period මොනවද එම්ම වුණා. ඒ නිසා you must keep it in your mind when you are preparing the letter of appointment. Okay? Now next. Normally it is 6 months, right? Normally it is 6 months. And then you must mention about the number 5, termination of employment. How employment is terminated. Number 5, termination of employment. Here, අවසන් කරන්නේ කොහොමද? Termination of employment. Right? It's you can say like, you know, after confirmation, your employment may be terminated by either party with 1 month notice. With 1 month notice or by payment of 1 month salary in lieu of notice. මේක තමයි සාමාන්‍ය condition එක දාන්න. In lieu, right? After confirmation, your employment may be terminated by either party with 1 month's notice or by payment of 1 month's salary in lieu of notice, provided that the company may terminate your employment at any time without notice or payment in lieu of notice on the ground of any misconduct and unsatisfactory performance and or breach of any express or implied terms of your employment. Which
on performance from
you can't buy. People put it. දානවා. Performance කියන එක underperformance cannot be defined as misconduct. ඒක ඉතින් මම මේ කියන්නේ ආකෘතියන්නේ. ඔබ දාන දැනුත් තියෙනවා. Right? It's up to the company. දැම්මට ක්‍රියා කරන්න බෑ සමහරට. Right? We cannot implement for example performance. Right? So forget about performance. Right? Don't put performance. So we you know misconduct. Or breach of any express or implied terms of your employment. එතකොට තමයි අර වා කියපු එක පුටු වෙන්නේ කොහෙද? Number 6, leave. යාර leave entitlement කියන්නේ. Number 6, leave.
now.
Yes.
Most of the companies now, I think, notice period has gone up to 3 months.
Hmm.
Or 3 months. Is that fair?
Say 3 months notice. I can't say it's fair or unfair, but both sides, you have consequences for both sides. Okay. Sometimes, you know, 1 month notice. You take 1 month salary and discharge. Monthly say you get the 1 month salary. Do not give the only 10 days you might have work, right? Because you know you will get the monthly salary on the following month to be 10
No, so something went from the 24th of the same month.
same month, right? Same yes, same month, right? 24th or 25th of the same month, right? You decide. You decide. So it's a cost to the company. So on the other side, you put it's a cost to the company, right? Because you decided in order to recover that 1 month salary, what the company has to do. District High Court යන්න ඕන civil case එකක් හැටියට දාලා ඔය ෆයිල් කරගන්න. ඇක්ටිවිටි එකේ ප්‍රූෆ් ඉට් කරන්න Fair or not? Salary. The damage you cause. Gratuity can be forfeited equivalent to the amount that you have, I mean, the damage you cause. ඒකට අර කියන්න බෑ. Salary. එතකොට it's a cost to the company. මාස 3ක් දික් කරාම මොකද වෙන්නේ? ඔයාට මාසෙ වෙන තැනක high salary එකකට, so you will get the job. They are asking you to come immediately. Here you have to give 3 months notice and you have to wait. Then you will lose. You will lose the job of you. That is why I say, there are consequences. 1 month's notice, sometimes negative impact to the company. 3 months notice, negative impact to the work. Some companies, but there is no specific, when it comes to labor law, they
Basically, fall on the unfair terms.
where is the unfair terms? Okay, 3 months is a low time, but where is the low? Okay, we can say it's unfair, right? But we cannot take any legal action because there is no specifically mention about whether it is unfair or not. Yes, we do have unfair labor practices, but that not comes under the unfair labor practice. With regard to, in order to say that this is unfair, right, this is fair, there is no specific provisions in law. We have provisions for unfair labor practices if your employer has done something wrong for you, right? But due to your trade union engagement, that is how unfair labor practices have been defined in law. Right? 3 months, 6 months terms, there is no specific terms in that.
Say, without more than say, because 1 week, then after 2 or 3 years, it's a HR sensor or staff communication, saying that even into the department, please note that this period has been increased from 1 month to 3 months.
Okay. We can't do anything. But there is, the one way to address this. You will notice, right? If you are existing employee, and the new condition, if the new condition we apply for you as well, then you can bring it as a dispute between you and the employer. Right? You can bring it to the labor department. Then it will be addressed as the dispute. It's not a violation of terms and conditions of your law, but it's a dispute. So, considering it as a dispute, it can be addressed. Dispute is, basically try to settle amicably, right? With consensus, understanding both parties. That is what, the labor department can do. Sometimes when you approach with the labor department, the company may harass you further. So those have to be specified. Some provisions have been included in the draft labor legislation. It's if I'm not mistaken, it's a 2 months, so I don't remember right now. I have that law with me, I mean the draft with me, but I don't remember. So well, so it's up to it's whether then either I mean if company says that okay 3 months notice, not 1 month notice, 6 months notice. or live in, another 6 months salary. It cannot be, limited to 3 months or 2 months. It's up to the employer. No provisions in the labor law which can address the issue you raise. No. Only way, if it is applicable to existing workers, those who have worked more than 4-5 years, so they can bring it as a dispute, because you argue with the employer, it's unfair, right? Because when we were recruited at that time, it was 1 month. Now it's unfair for us. Because you are implementing, you are applying the new condition for the existing workers who have worked more than 10, 5, 6 years. So then argument, started. So then it becomes, some kind of a dispute. Right? The company does not take. You also do not agree. So then it can be brought if you have an organization, or trade union, or worker council, or any kind of a worker wealth, whatever. That organization or welfare, so the worker council can bring this matter into the notice of the labor authority. Don't go as individual. That is my advice. Don't go individual. Right? So form kind of a welfare, whatever worker council. Sometimes the big companies, they do not allow to start the form trade union. If you do not, if you write to the labor authorities anonymously, then they will not act. They will not act. So those conditions are unfair, but that in that that what you call some space has been given to employer in employment law. Some space has been given while protecting the worker. There are plenty labor legislations protecting the labor, while some space has been given to employer as well, like 1 month notice or 3 months notice, something like that. Okay, next one is the leave. And 7, employees provident fund or whatever, right? Employees trust fund, how it is, the employee, superannuation. Employees trust fund, employees provident fund. You have to say that 8% of your salary will be deducted from so and so, and the company will add 12% each month, and 3% by the employer will be sent to the employees trust fund exclusively by the employer. And number 8, transfer stock assignment. Transfer කරන්න පුළුවන්ද බැයිද කියලා. දැන් transfer කරන්න එකක් ගැන ඔහුගේ සඳහන් වෙන්නේ නැහැ කියමුකෝ. It is not transfer. It's not mentioned in the letter of appointment. But you will be transferred. Assigned. Then transfer කරන්න ඔහුගේ සඳහන් කරන්න transfer කරන්න. Transfer කරාම transfer කරන්නේ එකක් නෙමෙයි හිතමුකෝ අපි trade union activity එක. එතකොට ඒක unfair labor practice. Right? Then it becomes unfair labor practice. So therefore you have to mention within because the corporate world there are sub branches island wide. So you have to mention that whether you are subject to transfer from one place to another place of the company. ඒක කියන්නේ. එහෙම නැත්නම් නොයා ඉන්න පුළුවන්. නොයා ඉඳලා ගියේ නැත්නම් මොකද වෙන්නේ? Terminate කර. Then it becomes disciplinary action. He go to the where? Not labor department or LP. Right? LP. You have not mentioned about the transfer. The letter of appointment. He argue කරන්න ඕනේ LP එකේ. It's lazy name. Written theory is now I'm lazy. Explicit theory koyari takari. The proof of burden comes under the shoulder of employer at the LP. The implied term implied term koyari then implied. Right. Handbook koyari right. We can employ manuals right. Handbook manuals very code of conduct very letter of appointment but it has to be somewhere. Even better to mention in the letter of appointment. Very specific. The next one. Yes.
So is there, let's say, but because of some dispute between the employer and the employee, the first employee gets transferred to another department. Let's say he was hired to a specialized area first, because of some issue, he's taken out from finance and put to a branch or sales function where he doesn't have the required skills, nor the experience. Something like that happens.
It is up to the employer, right? You can't argue on that. Because here it is also a dispute, right? It then becomes a dispute, right? It can be addressed as considering as a dispute, but it's not termination. Because your employment has not been terminated, but you have been transferred from one place to another place where we don't have required skill, right? Later they may be arrest you because your performance is not good, something like that. So then, what it I mean, in the private sector, I'm telling you, right? In the private sector, if you try to argue or fight with the employment or management, it's very difficult for you to win. That is my practical experience. Very difficult. Always try to be a smart, and then they never terminate you because if you are giving the performance, that one can be addressed as a dispute. In my life, around 27 years, more than 20, around 30 years, in the private sector, the workers have been successful with regard to termination. With regard to termination. But they do not expect the employer, re-employer, or what do you call reinstate, because they can't work. They prefer the compensation. They try to get more, little higher compensation. But when it comes to semi-government sector, this is not applied, right? Termination at least cannot be applied. But they always try to get the reinstate. Private sector, getting, the reinstatement, how can you work? It's something like, it's very difficult. So therefore, if your employment is, your designation may change, is your designation change, or you be transferred from one branch to another branch. If there is no such, the transfer provision, it can be brought into the labor department as a labor dispute. There are large number of disputes. Disputes, what we are trying to do is not to make you angry, but to understand both parties. We try to make them understand both parties. So amicably try to settle the dispute. But it also depends on the skills of the labor officer or assistant professor. Depends. නිසා මේ label ඔය කියන එක තිබ්බ පළියටම apply කරන්න බෑ සමහර වෙලාවට. හැබැයි මේවා address කරන්න provisions තියෙන්න ඕන. specific වෙන්න ඕන. මේ vague සමහර තැන්. ඒ නිසායි මේක අපහසු. Is it clear? Next one, right? Transfer and suspension. The company receives the right to suspend you. මෙහෙමයි suspend කරන්න බෑ. නීතියට පටහැනිව. උනට මේ close letter of appointment එකේ දානවා. එහෙම නැද්ද? දාන්න. letter of appointment එකේ දාන්න from the company point of view. Whether it can be, implemented or not is something else. It cannot be suspended for violating the law in the land. So, but that provision could be included. And then, number 10, about training. තියෙනවා නම් මේ ඔක්කොම ගන්න ඕනේ කියලා නෙමෙයි කියන්නේ. We don't need to put everything, but I'm giving you these things. It is up to the company. Training. And medical examination.
And there are some drawbacks. Like, the person, let's say, of the training, first year it will be full amount will be after the third year, something like that. I think so.
Yeah, that is okay. You can put it. But if we leave, he or she leaves the place without paying, the cost to the company, no? That what? Please.
Yeah, so what they do is, I think they will recover from your terminal benefits. The user has to pay.
The company cannot reduce the training cost from your terminal benefit until there is a written agreement. If the employee, they have terms, no? Fine, then from, I have no objection to reduce, whatever the training cost, if I have to pay to the company, reduce from my, the gratuity, something like that. It's written, but salary, no.
But if it's in the policy, their policy saying that, but employee hasn't signed. Policy.
You can't touch. You can't reduce. It has only for gratuity. EPF, ETF, you cannot touch. Salary, no.
But if it's on a private, it will be fine.
No. PPF, private provision fund. No. No provision. You need to have provision. But gratuity is paid. If worker said, I don't need gratuity in writing. So you don't need to pay because gratuity is paid in order to honor the work he has done. It's paid by the employer in order to recognize, in order to honor of the work he performed. ඒක නිසා අරයාගේ ලිඛිත මේක තියෙනවා නම් අඩු කරන්න කියලා එකෙන් අඩු කරන්න පුළුවන්. Salary is a statutory. EPF is statutory. Activity also statutory, but it is paid in order to appreciate the work he has done for the company by the employee. So එයා කියනවා නම් written in writing මගේ මේකෙන් අඩු කරගන්න අපාගන්න ඔක්සන්. Right. Okay, well. Next one, the medical examination. Medical එක තියෙන්න ඕනේ. අන්න ඔයා මේව medical නෑ. අපේ appointment letter එක ගත්තත් medical මාස 3ක් ඇතුළත මේ medicals ටික මේව කරලා දෙන්න ඕනේ. සමහරට මේක company medical කරන්න පුළුවන්. Private sector එකේ තියෙනවා. Right. So a medical and then a police report. Private sector එකේ මොනවද කියන්නේ? And the retirement. Sorry? Referees, but you know, when you apply, referees means, you know, but it is not included in the letter of apply. You know, when you apply for a job,
No, what I'm saying is, say, let's say, provider, you know, even examination is satisfactory. And then,
someone being referees like biodating.
It's just,
It's up to the company, it's up to the company. But you know, once it is signed, legal document, contract of employment. So you, if you are, you know, if you are putting, you know, something like, you know, like with the satisfactory of the, you know, the, I mean, the what do you call, examining with the referees, right? Something like that. Before you issue this letter, you have to, you know, get it done. You have to get it. Once it is signed, it's a document. It's a contract. Later, you know, you can alter it, but you know, that part has to be done before you issue this letter of credit. If the company. Next, yeah.
previous, employment, some services.
There is also before you get the appointment, when you go to interview, you have to show that you have. Then you have to ask previous, you know, what do you call, previous, you know, letter of the previous employer, right? And referee report, whatever, right? You have to get the referee report before he comes for an interview, or maybe after that. Before you issue this letter of appointment, this is a contract of appointment, not just a document, not just a paper. It's a contract of appointment. Once it is signed by the HR and this employee, it is both parties. Legally, they are binding. This is letter of appointment. Interview tibula, except another application, call for application, and then the interview, and shortlisted, and then interview. Right. Once the interview is satisfactory, you hire the person. When this letter of appointment is the letter that you give at the time of hiring, recruiting. Recruiting procedure is there, you know, publishing, you know, the requirement details and getting application and verification from the referees, right? And the interview, shortlisted and then interview. So maybe second interview, maybe third interview. Finally, you select people X, Y, Z. Kamalavati, Sumanavati, Vimalavati. So select, and then you issue a letter. That is what it's letter of, right? Next, sorry, retirement, and then number 12, retirement. 13, general condition. Monahari Oneva, Kamati Hidana Deva. Is like this, whether during or outside working hours, or whether at this institution or otherwise, you shall not conduct yourself in a manner which may or is likely to cause or be calculated to cause damage to the reputation and or business of the institution or its management. So those are general terms. So, and then finally, the signature, how the can on HR manager, how the Monahari Namadala, and the signature, yours faithfully. Saman Hemani, yours faithfully, Gilan, sincerely, name faithfully. Yours faithfully, and Namadama, it was a Palahin, you know, right? Make a Mehari, May Nahama, how the මොකද තියෙන්නේ මෙතනින් අස්සන තියෙනවා සිග්නේචර් ආයිද MD ගේ හරි කවුරු හරි අපොයින්ට් කරන කෙනාගේ and then ඒකේ තියෙනවා මොකද්ද මෙහෙම දෙනවා අපි I have read and understood the terms and conditions of the contract of employment and hereby agree to be bound by those terms and conditions. Okay, unique, right? I have read, not read, I have read and understood the terms and conditions of the contract of employment and hereby agree to be bound by those terms and conditions. Date, signature, date and signature. That's it. Finish. ඒක ඔයාලට ඕන විදිහට හදාගන්න. You can adjust it, but main point, main terms. So ඊළඟට මට it's okay those who are attending online, participating online. I have finished my presentation for the day. If you have any question, please raise. Otherwise, you can leave. You are free to leave.
So I have one question, sir.
Sorry?
I have one question.
Yes.
In the contract of employment, say that you have discussed about that one, and I need to further get an idea.
I can't hear you. Please, speak to your microphone, please.
Yes, I heard that, sir. During this formulating the letter of appointment, you have discussed about a notice period. Example, think about that company say that 3 months prior notice they are accepting, and once one of our employee he give within 1 month's time.
Yeah.
Is there any legal?
That is what I said. There is no legal provisions in that regard. I'm repeatedly saying, I'm repeating, there is no legal provision in that regard. It is up to the employer, and actually it's decided by the employer. Previously, normally it was the 1 month notice period for both sides. Now, in the corporate world, it has been increased up to 3 months. So we cannot say it is unfair or not, right? We cannot say, because there is no specific law in that regard. However, the notice period, say for example, the employer increases notice period up to 6 months, right? Sorry, 3 months. If it is affecting the existing employers who has recruited long back ago, they can bring this as a industrial dispute, considering as industrial dispute. it can be brought into the notice of the Labor Department.
Yes, yes, understood that. completely.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay, you're welcome. ඊළඟට මම හිතන්නේ තියෙන්නේ social security, EPF Act, EPF Act and the gratuity. So
මට ප්‍රශ්නයක් තියෙනවා පොඩ්ඩක් මේ සබ්ජෙක්ට් එකකින් පොඩ්ඩක් එහාට යන එක කමක් නැද්ද ඇහුවට يعني අද
අහන්න.
එකක් තමයි සර් දැන් අපි මේ දවස්වල මම NGO එකක වැඩ කරන්නේ. එතකොට ජස්නවල එම්ප්ලොයිස්ලා අපි ඉන්ටර්විව් කරනකොට එයාලා ඩෙන්ටි කාඩ් එක වෙනුවට අර ඩෙන්ටි මේ අඩේ මේ ID ඔෆිස් එකෙන් දුන්න කොලේ ගේන්නේ. එතකොට ඒ අපිට අර ඒක අරගෙන එම්ප්ලොයිව අපි ගත්තොත් එහෙම අපේ ડોකියුමන්ට්ස් වලට EPS එකට දෙන්න ඒ දේවල් වලට මොන හරි අපි මේ ෆොටෝකොපි කරලා ගන්නකොට ඒක වැලිඩ් වෙනවද?
මෙහෙමයි ඒක ඕන වෙන්නේ ඒ කියන්නේ එම්ප්ලොයර්ගේ සේවකයාගේ ඩෙන්ටි කාඩ් එක වැදගත් වෙන්නේ සේවක අර්ථ සාධක අරමුදල් සේවක භාරකාර අරමුදල් ගන්න ගියාම එතකන් ඕක වැඩක් නැහැ කම්පැනියට උණු විදියට කරන්න පුළුවන්. එතකොට ඩෙන්ටි කාඩ් එක නැති වුණා වුණත් අරකේ කොපීස් තියාගන්න විශේෂයෙන්ම ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ EPF ETF වලට පුරව කියන්නේ ඒවා රෙමිට් ඒවා බැර කරනකොට මහ බැංකුවටයි සේවක භාරකාර අරමුදලටයි අර ඩෙන්ටි කාඩ් එකේ අර දීපු කොලේ තියෙන නම ඒ විදිහටම ලියන්න මතක තබා ගන්න. ඕක තමයි එහෙම නැතුව ඩෙන්ටි කාඩ් එක තියෙන්න ඕන කියලා එකක් නැහැ. එහෙම නැති මිනිස්සු ඉන්නවා දැන් වතු වල ගත්තොත් එහෙම ගොඩක් අයගේ ඩෙන්ටි කාඩ් නැහැ. හැබැයි වැඩේ තියෙන්නේ එයාගේ නම ගම හරියට ලියන්න ඕනේ. කියන්නේ ඩෙන්ටි කාඩ් ඔෆිස් එකෙන් කොලයක් දෙනවනේ ඕක එනතෙක් ඒකනේ ඔයාව කියන්නේ නේද? හලෝ
ඔව් ඒක තමයි.
ඒකේ කොපියක් තියාගත්තට වරදක් නැහැ. වෙන ડોකියුමන්ට් එකක් නැහැ නේද? දෙන්න. හැබැයි අර EPF එහෙම යවනකොට හරියට මේ කොලේ තියෙන නම ගන්න බලන්න. එහෙම නැතු වුණොත් පස්සේ කාලෙක සේවකයාට අගතියකටපත් වෙනවා. ඔයාලා වැරද්දක් කරන්නේ මොකද්ද? ඔයාලා ගන්න තියෙන ડોකියුමන්ට් එක ඩෙන්ටි කාඩ් එක හදන එක හාම්පුතාගේ වගකීමක් නෙමෙයිනේ. හරි ඒ සේවකයාගේ වගකීමක්. ඉතින් එතකොට පසු කාලීන ඒක ආවහම ඩෙන්ටි කාඩ් එක ගෙන්න ගන්න. එතකන් අර තියෙන ડોකියුමන්ට් එකේ ෆොටෝකොපියක් තියාගන්න. ඒකත් ඔයාලට ෆොටෝකොපිය වැදගත් වෙන්නේ අර සේවක භාරකාර සේවක අත්සාධක අරමුදල් වලට ප්‍රතිලාභ යනකොට C වාර්තා හදන්න එපා EPF වල. C වාර්තා හදනකොට නම හරියට ලියන්න ඕනනේ. රයිට් ඩෙන්ටි කාඩ් නම්බර් එකක් නැතු වෙන්නත් පුළුවන්. අර කොලේ තියෙනවද මන් දන්නේ නැහැ ඩෙන්ටි කාඩ් නම්බර් එකක් දාලා. තියෙනවනේ. එතකොට ඒක ෆිල් කරන්න ඕනේ. හරියටම.
thank you sir. තව ප්‍රශ්නයක් තියෙනවා අහන්නද?
ඔව් අහන්න.
ඒ සම්බන්ධ එකක් සර් දැන් ඒ කියන්නේ දැන් මම මේකට ජොයින් වෙනකොට මේගොල්ලන්ගේ පරණ ප්‍රැක්ටිස් එකක් තිබිච්ච එකක් ලීව් වල දැන් අර ජොයින් වෙන ඩේට් එක අනුව එයාට පළවෙනි අවුරුද්ද තුල නිවාඩු නැති වුණාට දැන් උදාහරණයක් විදිහට ජුලි මාසේ සම්බන්ධ වෙච්ච කෙනාට එයා අවුරුද්ද ජුලි මාසේ වෙනකන් ලීව් නැහැ කිව්වට හැබැයි දෙසැම්බර් 31 වෙනිදාන් පස්සේ එයා ඊළඟ අවුරුද්දේ එයා එන්ටයිටල් වෙනවා කියලා අර එයාට අර ජුලි මාසේ කියන දින ගාන ලීව් එක සම්පූර්ණයෙන් ගන්නවා. එතකොට ඒක
රක්ෂාවද බැඳිච්ච පළවෙනි අවුරුද්ද තුල ඇනුවල් ලීව් නැත. වාර්ෂික නිවාඩු නැත. රක්ෂාවට බැඳපු පළමු වසර තුල වාර්ෂික නිවාඩු නැත. ඇත්තේ අනියම් නිවාඩු පමණයි. රයිට්. එතකොට වාර්ෂික නිවාඩු ගන්න නම් එයා සේවයට බැඳිච්ච වසරේ කටයුතු කරලා දෙසැම්බර් 31 වෙනිදා වෙනකම් වැඩ කරාට පස්සේ තමයි එයාට ඊළඟ අවුරුද්දට උපයාගත්තු නිවාඩු. එයා උපයගෙන තියෙන්නේ. ඒ උපයගත්තුවා වැඩ කරලා උපය ගන්න ඒවා. ඒ අවුරුද්ද තුල භාවිතා කරන්න නෙමෙයි ඊළඟ අවුරුද්ද තුලයි භාවිතා කරන්න පුළුවන්. දැන් ජූනි 30ට පස්සේ බැඳුනොත් රයිට් ජූනි 30ට පස්සේ බැඳෙනවා ජූනි 30යි සැප්තැම්බර් 1යි රයිට් අතර බැඳෙනවා කියන්නකෝ. එහෙම නැත්නම් ඔක්තෝබර් පළවෙනිදා බැඳෙනවා කියන්නකෝ. ඒක ඔක්තෝබර් පළවෙනිදා බැඳලා රස්සාවට බැඳිලා 2025 කියලා හිතන්නකෝ. 24 කියන්නකෝ. දෙසැම්බර් 31 වෙනිදා වෙනකම් වැඩ කරනවා. එතකොට එයා නිවාඩු 4ක් උපය ගන්නවා 2025 අවුරුද්ද තුල භාවිතා කරන්න. මට පැහැදිලි නෑ ඔයාලට ක්වෙස්චන් එක මොකක්ද කියලා.
ප්‍රොෆෙෂන් එක තිබුණ ඔව් මට පැහැදිලි. යාගේ තියෙන කෑන්ස් ඇඩ්මින් ඔෆිස් එක කියන්නේ සොෆ්ට්වෙයාර් ඔෆිස් ඇක්ට් එකෙන් කවර් වෙන මේ එම්ප්ලොයිස් කෙනෙක්.
ඔව්. ඔව්. ඉතින් එතකොට එයා පළවෙනි සේවයට බැඳිච්ච අවුරුද්ද තුල එයාට කිසිසේත්ම නිවාඩු වලට හිමිකමක් නැහැ වාර්ෂික නිවාඩු වලට. හැබැයි එයා ඒ අවුරුද්දේ වැඩ කරලා අවසන් වුණාම තමයි එයාට උපයගත්තු නිවාඩු ටිකක් තියෙනවා. හරිද? එයා ඊළඟ මාසේ අවුරුද්දේ ජනවාරි මාසේ ගියත් ඒ උපයගත්තු නිවාඩු ටික එයාට භුක්ති විඳින්න ඉඩ දෙන්න ඕනේ. දන්නවනේ ජනවාරි 1 වෙනිදා සහ මාර්තු ඔව් කීයද 31 දක්වා කාලය තුල බැඳිලා දෙසැම්බර් මාසයේ අවසන් වෙනකම් වැඩ කෙරුවොත් ඊළඟ අවුරුද්දට නිවාඩු වාර්ෂික නිවාඩු 14ක් හිමි කර ගන්නවා. අප්‍රේල් 1 වෙනිදා සහ ජූනි 30 අතර කාලය තුල සේවයට බැඳුනොත් බැඳිලා දෙසැම්බර් වෙනකම් වැඩ කෙරුවොත් එයා ඊළඟ අවුරුද්දට දින 10ක් වාර්ෂික නිවාඩු උපයා ගන්නවා. රයිට්? ඊට පස්සේ එයා ජූනි 1 වෙනිදා සිට ජූනිද නෑ සැප්තැම්බර් 1 වෙනිදා සිට අප්‍රේල් 30යි ජූලි 30 ගන්නේ සැප්තැම්බර් 1 වෙනි නෑ සෝරි වැරදුනා මට මාර්තු 31 ඊට පස්සේ අප්‍රේල් 1 ජූනි 30 ඊට පස්සේ ජූලි 1 සහ සැප්තැම්බර් 30 දක්වා කාලය තුල සේවයට බැඳිලා දිගටම වැඩ කරා නම් ඊළඟ අවුරුද්දට නිවාඩු කීයක් උපය ගන්නවද? 14යි 10යි 4 නෙමෙයි 7යි. නිවාඩු 7ක් උපය ගන්නවා. එයා ඔක්තෝබර් මාසේ 1 වෙනිදාන් පස්සේ නම් සේවයට බැඳෙන්නේ දෙසැම්බර් වෙනකම් වැඩ කරාම ඊළඟ වසරට ඔහු ඇය නිවාඩු 4ක් උපයා ගන්නවා. ඒවා භාවිතා කරන්න ඕනේ ඊළඟ අවුරුද්දේ. වැඩ කරන අවුරුද්දේ වාර්ෂික නිවාඩු නැත. වාර්ෂික නිවාඩු ඉපයීම තමයි කරන්නේ වැඩ කළා. හරිද?
ඔව් සර්. ඒකට මම ගොඩක් අපහසුතාවයටපත් වුණේ කිලිනොච්චියේ ලේබර් ඔෆිස් එකෙන් පවා මේක අහනකොට ඒගොල්ලෝ කිව්වේ දැන් මේ ජුනි මාසේ ඉඳන් එයා ජුනි මාසේ ආපු කෙනා එයා ඊළඟ ජුනි මාසේ වෙනකන් ඉන්නකොට පළවෙනි අවුරුද්ද ගියාට එයා හැබැයි දැන් 2024 ජුනි මාසේ ආපු කෙනා 2024 දෙසැම්බර් 31 වෙනිදාන් පස්සේ එයාට අර ලීව් ටික එයාගේ අර උපයාගත් ඒ ආපු කාලෙත් අනුව උපයාගත් ලීව් ටිකයි ඊළඟ අවුරුද්දේ නිවාඩු 14යි දෙකම එයාට පාවිච්චි කරන්න පුළුවන් කියලා.
බෑ මෙහෙමයි මතක තියාගන්න අවුරුද්දක් ගණන් බලනවා කියන එකෙන් අදහස් කරන්නේ නෑ හිතන්නකෝ එයා ජූලි 1 වෙනිදා සේවයට බැඳෙනවා. ආයි ඊළඟ අවුරුද්දේ ජූලි වෙනකන් ඉන්න ඕනේ නෑ එයා. සේවයට බැඳුණු වසර විතරයි ගණන් ලිත් වර්ෂය. රයිට් සේවයට බැඳුණු වසරේ ලිත් වර්ෂේ දෙසැම්බර් මාසේ වෙනකොට ඊළඟ අවුරුද්දට එයා බැඳිච්ච දවස අනුව ලීව් උපයගෙන තියෙනවා. එතකොට ඒ ටික තමයි ඊළඟ අවුරුද්දේ යාට භාවිතා කරන්න පුළුවන්නේ. හැබැයි ඊළඟ අවුරුද්දේ වැඩ කරලා අවුරුද්ද පුරාම වැඩ කරොත් දින 14ක් හම් වෙනවා ඊට පස්සේ අවුරුද්දේ භාවිතා කරන්න. හරිද? පැහැදිලිද?
පැහැදිලි සර්.
හරි.
Thank you very much sir.
හරි. ඕකේ වෙල්කම්. එහෙනම් ඉතින් අපි නවත්තමු යා. ඒකත් දෙයි බීලා යන්න. just contribute my maximum given. I enough. ඒක ස්කූප් එකෙන් පිටින් ස්කූප් එකෙන් පිටින් ඒක මාකල් ප්‍රශ්නයක් ආව ස්කූප් එකේ ආවි ස්කූප් එකේ මාකල් කියන්න පුළුවන් ඕක එන්නේ පොඩි ඊගෝ එකක් තියෙනවා සමහර වෙලාවට ඔව් ඒකත් තියෙනවා ඉන්නවනේ අර අපේ දොස්තරේ හිටියා උන් ඉන්න ගමන් සතිය දවස්වලට සමහරවල්ලාවට ડોක්ටර් පරිපාලන කියලා හිටියා මේ මිනිහා BM එකේ එක එක ෆෝන් ටයිම් දාගෙන කරනවා ඉතින් මම ෆෝනින් කරලා ඉතින් අයි
ඔන්න මගේ
දේවල් එහෙමනේ JPM එකේ මට කතා කරා සාමාන්‍යයෙන් ඉතින් අර පොඩි engagement ඕනනේ මොනවද මම හරියට කළා නෝ පස්සේ කියනවා රාජිකිට මම කතාරු engagement මොනාරි හොයනවා දෙන්න එකක් නැහැ ඔය දෙන්නේ දෙන්නේ මොනාරි ඔය ඉතින් ඔය ලෙක්චර් එක කම්පැනි වල EFC එක තියෙනවා මෙම්බර් EFC එක ඒගොල්ලෝ එවෙනුවෙන් කරනවානේ අපි කොහෙම යන්නේ උසාවිය අපදා දින දවස් තුනක් උසාවිය LT හයිකෝට් යනවා මොකද කම්පැනි වෙන්නේ ඉතින් වලනවා මගේම බැරි වුණොත් මේ ලෙක්චර්ස් CAPM එකේ try එකක් දෙනවා බැරි වුණොත් engagement එක වලනවා හොඳයි මට දාලා වන්න WhatsApp එකේ තියෙන ස්ක්‍රිප්ට් එක මොනවද පොඩ්ඩක් දාලා බැරි වුණොත් මම ලන්ඩන් A level ටිකක් පටන් ගන්නවා පොඩ්ඩක් හරි ඕකේ thank you intern okay 1 million start there. But then they become 5 million, sorry, 500,000 per wow. Oh, are we aware of that? making at the other America. Other American began a market to not capital itself. Other Ali. Market to not capital of Australia. Padina dinner mass Punakata Pera, Tima Yasalina. Other than the law. Other in the law. How the path calculator, Pila Sarakina, Pulwa. Yamanata. කරන්නේ කියලා අපි කිව්වා. දැන් ඔයා දෙනවා දැන් මම නම් මාව ඇඩ් කරගත්තා මම අන්දර. ඔව් ඒ බුදුලා දැන් ඒක තියන් ඉන්නේ අවුරුදු භාගයකට හදිස්සිය බැරිලා ගියා. ඌක ගන්න ඊට පස්සේ ඉතා මම නම් මාස 6ක් දුන්නා. දැන් පනත වෙනස් කරලා ඌක ගන්නවා. මම කිව්වා එන්නේ අමුතුකාරය අපි ඉන්නකොට ඌක වෙනස් කරන්න කියන දිශා අරන් දෙන්නේ. නෑ 50 ගත්තා නම් ඒක වෙනස් කරන්නේ නෑ. 50 ගත්තා නම් ආයේ පවුදා ජීවිත කරලා මාස 6ක් වැඩ කරා ආයෙ අස්වනාව අමනාපයි ගත්තා ගන්නවා. නැත්නම් මේ සීනේ අයියන් අවුරුදු පහ බලන් හිටියා නම් මොකද හදිසියක් එරක් මොකද අන්තිම කාලේ නෝනේ බෙහෙතක් ගන්න ඔයරි කීයක් එක වැඩ කරා ඒක ගන්න අනුසාරයෙන් ඉන්ටර්නල් නෑ සදාදී අර ඉතරයි ගන්න පුළුවන් ඒක කියන්නේ පළවෙනි පාර ගත්තට පස්සේ වයස සම්පූර්ණයි ඊළඟ පාර ගන්න වයස කියන්නේ අවුරුදු ගණන් ඉන්න ඕනේ නෑ නැති විදිහට මාසයක් හරි වෙනකන් කියනවා ගන්න පුළුවන් Oh, jadi dia ni memang seperti tiga dia mana ni sama ni yang mungkin ini kita sebab beri sama masih yang wei rumah itu kan ini kan aku nak buat naik dulu jadi kalau itu oh